자, 오늘의 게임 스탠리 패러블 진행해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 유하 유하. 오! 시작하자마자 호스팅이 써니에게 하루 일진이 오늘 방송 고생 많으셨어요. 나나 어서오세요. 짠. 한국어 패치한다고 나 정말 힘들었어. 어제 정말 어떻게 하는 건지 몰라가지고 엄청 헤맸던 거 있지? 이전에 보자. 스탠리 패러블을 플레이해본 적이 있으신가요? 아니요. 자, 컴퓨터가 거의 보이지 않을 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 거의 안 보일 때까지? 한 요 정도면 되나? 공포요소 없겠지? 왜 불안하지 뭔가? 응? 현재 시각 지금 몇 시야? 9시 53분. 시간은 왜 입력하는 거지? 접근성 기능은 메인 메뉴에서 설정할 수 있습니다. 알겠습니다. 그냥 자유롭게 나레이션분의 이야기를 들으면서 게임을 진행하는 스토리 게임이라고 하네요. 일단 한번 우와! 컴퓨터 안에 컴퓨터가 있어. 컴퓨터 안에 컴퓨터가 있고 컴퓨터 안에 컴퓨터가 있어. 일단 가보자. 우와, 무한이다. 무한으로 즐기는.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
볼륨 괜찮아.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
볼륨 너무
Orders
크지
came to
않죠?
him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and
Okay.
in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month.
와,
of
노잼이겠다.
every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending,
방금 고리타분하다라고
Stanley
생각하고
relished every moment
있었는데.
that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
행복하다면
And then
오케이.
one day, something
입니다.
very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found
와,
himself
맨날
unable to move for the
그러게, 이게
longest
진짜
time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses,
시키는
he
거
got up from his
하다가
desk and stepped
갑자기
out of his
아무것도
office.
없으면 좀 그럴 것 같기도 하고. 오, 됐다. 키가 뭐지? 여기가 제가 일하는 방인가봐요. 근데 다른 동료들은 다 바깥에서 일하는 것 같은데 왜 나는 방에서 일함? 아니구나. 다른 데는 잠겨있나봐요.
All of his co-workers were
깜짝아.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
미팅룸.
Stanley went around touching No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
월요일.
co-workers.
누가 방귀 뀌었어. 아니 컵 이름들이 아니 컵에 적혀있는 글귀들 뭐야. 이거 무슨 일이야. 월요일. 이건 뭐지? 1등 아빠. 효자네 효자. 난 일이 좋아. 내 상사가 싫을 뿐. 저거 맞다. 맞아. 일할 때 가장 나를 힘들게 하는 거는 보통 상사지. 일이 힘들다기보다는 상사 때문에 힘든 경우들이 많지. 뭐가 없는 건가 근데? 상호작용이 딱히 없는 게임인가 봐요. 도전 과제를 달성한 You can't jump. 아, 점프가 안 되는구나. 땡. 문들도 다 잠겨있고. 그럼 저기로 넘어가는 건가? 미팅룸으로 가야 된다 그랬거든요. 회의실. 응! 커진... 설마 업무 중인 거 내가 컴퓨터 꺼가지고 저장이 안 되고 날아갔다던가. 몇 번이지? 424번 미안. 미안. 끄려고 끈 게 아니라 그냥 상호작용 되는 거 뭐 있나 싶어가지고 누르다 보니까. 네, 사랑이 되어줘. 내 사랑. 직원들 파업한 거 아니야? 전부 다? 아무도 없는데? 열리나? 안 열리네. 어디로 가야 되는 거야? 월요일 싫어. 나도. 나도 월요일 별로 안 좋아해. 우와, 진짜 직장인 것 같다. 이런 디테일 같은 것도. 근데 무서워요. 혼자 동그라니 있으니까. 이건 말도 안 돼. 저기 뭐가 있는데? 이번 분기 판매량.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
그는 왼쪽 문으로 들어갔습니다. 왼쪽. 밥 안 먹는 손. 왼쪽 문?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
사장실로 가기로 했습니다. 사장실. 목표. 새로운 커피 머신 연구 개발을 위한 펀딩 추진. 그래프 너비. 40X로 표준화. 크리스가 청소도 고함 속에서 나오게 하기. 종이 복사. 할 사람 고용하기. 종이를 너무 많이 복사해서 그놈 해고해. 종이 복사하는 놈 해고할 사람 구하기. 아니 저거 무슨 여기 괜찮은 회사인데 사소한 걸로도 전부 다 사람을 고용하는 회사인데요? 내 책상 누가 옮겼어. 다음과 같은 목표를 유지해주세요. 여기는 아무것도 안 적혀있어요. 내일은 없다. 오늘이 내일이다. 내일 할 일. 야, 내일 없다며. 내일 없다며. 내일 할 일이 있는데? 오늘 처리 못한 안건 끝내기. 내일의 안건 작성. 반복. 7권. 417 405 491 416 431 짐. 한 명은 왜 이름이야? 저것도 바뀌고 있었구나. 당신의 꿈은 무엇인가요? 해고당하지 않는 꿀팁. 말 적게 하기. 승진이나 인정받을 기대하지 말고 믿을 수 없을 만큼 매일 엄청난 일 해내기. 해고당하지 않기. 동료와 분쟁 문제 해결하는 법. 속으로 욕하고 다니기. 다른 동료에게 소극적으로 공격성 드러내기. 더는 자신을 돕지 않는 동료를 원망하기. 저거 해결 방법 맞아? 슬라이드로 모든 게 순조롭다는 걸 직원에게 확신시켜라. 반드시 슬라이드 제목에 번들거리는 파란 그래픽을 입히고 텍스트에 입체 효과를 넣는다. 오. 모두가 특별합니다. 특히 당신이. 오. 슬라이드의 개수. 차트와 슬라이드. 별걸 다 집어넣어놨네 여기. 한 슬라이드에서 같은 정보를 나타내는 차트 뷰. 그러게 되게 일 못 한 것 같아. 뭔가 딱 눈에 들어오는 그런 게. 차트는 이제 그만. 제발 이렇게 붉게 멈춰. 뭐야? 저 장면 왜 빨리 사라져? 저 지금 안 넘겼거든요? 대인과 관계 갈등 해결. 아, 멈추고 싶다. 멈춰서 천천히 보고 싶은데 안 멈춰진다. 싸움을 하려면 두 사람이 필요하다는 걸 기억하래. 싸움을 하려면? 사람들이 원하는 건 뭐지? 물건들. 바이올렛 제임스, 넌 해고야. 행복한 행복한 감정. 그쵸? 저거 뒤에 글씨 이렇게 쭉쭉 그어져 있는 거 보니까 그런 거 같은데. 행복을 추구하면 잘리는 거야? 돈, 더 많은 돈. 물건들. 하지만 더 많은 물건들을 살 수 있는 돈? 뭐야, 이거 결국에는 돈이잖아, 마무리가. 그래프들. 물건에 관한 그래프 플러스 돈. 우리 신제품 나왔네. 팩스. 주식시장이 여기 어디 있었는데. 색칠된 부분. 줄무늬. 2차 조사가 더 필요함. 인구학적 청소년을 노려. 뭐가 핫한데? 이익, 예언, 이익. 402, 405번이 일정표 초안에서 죽음의 스포츠를 빼면 좋겠다고 함. 근데 난 그게 멍청한 아이디어인 것 같음. 냉수기가 더 필요, 냉온수기가 더 필요. 10대 통계를 어필하려면 사태가 더 힙해야 함. 10대 통계에 넣을 10대들 탐색. 커다란 그물로 애들 잡을 함정 같은 거. 이거 물리로 잡으라는 게 아닌가 같은데. 10대들 인구 통계 크기 아주 많은 10대를 채울 공간. 아이디어 쓰레기통에 뭔가 던져보세요. 쓰레기통이 이제 없어. 아이디어 쓰레기통의 새 이름. 내 사표. 아이디어 쓰레기들. 이거 상호작용 중에서 던지는 키도 있는 건가? 없나봐. 가자. 사장실로 가라 그랬거든요. 아니 무슨 나올 때마다 문을. 뭐야, 여긴 열려있네. 청소도구함.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
아무것도 없다고? 아무것도 없다고 말했지만 아무것도 없는 게 아니라 뭔가 있을 수도 있어.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
수상하다.
No reason to still be here.
수상한데 아무리 생각해도 뭔가 숨겨놨으니까 여기 없다고 하는 거 아닌가?
Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
뭔가
At least
해볼
if there
만한
was something
게
to interact with, he'd be
있으면?
justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
아무것도 안 하면서 가만히 서 있었다고? 말하는 대로 들어야 되는 건가?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
네.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
네. 닫았다.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
누가 얘기나 해보자. 너 여기다 뭐 숨겨놨...
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?"
뭐야, 이거 청소도구함 엔딩이라는 것도 있는
I
건가?
hope your friends find this concerning.
있나봐요. 가만히 있어봐야 되겠다. 아니야, 있을 수도 있어, 진짜로.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
야, 나레이션 나와봐.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's
없다는
nothing
걸
here
알고
when a physical
나가려다가
malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you
진짜로
collapsed on the
그렇게 되는
keyboard.
건가?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone
주변에
nearby
사람이
so as
없어서
to ensure that your
도움
body is
요청을
taken
못
care of
하겠던데.
before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
Anybody
The
there?
person at this computer is dead.
Help
They have fallen
me!
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your
근데
species.
대사가 얼만큼
Please
나올지 너무
remove their
궁금하다.
corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they
저거 설마
understand basic
상호작용
first-person
안 돼.
video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
복도로 나오세요. 나왔어.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you
두
can't do
번째는
any worse than the
레이어래.
person who came before you.
전에 있던 사람보다 나을 것 같아. 나 똑같은 사람인데.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
싫어,
office.
돌아갈래. 열어줘. 안 열어주네. 계단을 올라갔습니다. 더 올라가야지. 아니다. 안 열리네. 무서워. 사장의 화장실. 부자가 되는 건 범죄인가? 범죄를 저지르는 건 부자 아닌가? 저게 뭔 소리야? What? 하나만 고를 수 있는 삶이면 얼마나 좋을까? 저거를 저렇게 근데 사장님 좋겠다. 무슨 화장실도 개인 화장실이 있네. 전용 화장실. 오. 근데 사장님 여기 물컵이 너무 많은 거 아닌가요? 화장실에서 물 드신 거야? 네. 화장실. 딸깍딸깍. 저기도 뭐가 적혀 있는데 보고 싶다. 근데 못 본다. 여기인가? 안 열린다. 여긴가 봐요.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk
번호판?
guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by
열렸다.
simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
새로 열린 길을 따라왔습니다. 너무 어두운데? 저 이거 밝기 설정 잘못했나봐요. 너무 어두워요. 아무것도 안 보여. 보인다. 여기 뭐지? 여기 잠깐만. 네, 무서워요. 여기가 길이 아닌데? 아니다. 지금 저만 안 보이는 거 아니죠? 잠깐만. 너무 어두워. 저거 어떻게 밝기를 바꾸지? 조금 더 밝기를 올릴 수는 없는 건가? 안 보여 아무것도. 이쪽에는 길이 없나 봐요. 근데 엘리베이터인가? 잘못 타서 떨어져 죽는 걸까봐 안 타고
Descending deeper
있었지.
into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
노랑색. 저것도 뭔가 나중에.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
마인드 컨트롤 페이셜리티. 탈출구.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
그치만 이미 들어와 버렸는걸?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get
문 안
back on
닫혔구나.
track.
아니야, 뭔가
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to
아니야,
walk
이거
forward
의심돼.
and willingly confront his death.
거짓말. 아무렇지 않을 것 같아. 아닌가? 뭐야, 안 죽었잖아.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he
죽겠는데요?
reflected that his life had been of
잠깐만!
no consequence.
보내줘! 잠깐만, 내가 잘못했어,
Stanley can't
살려!
see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he
아예
resigned
들었어야
and
됐던
willingly
건가?
accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
제발, 제발,
Well, Stanley,
제발, 제발요. 이런 회사가 어딨어?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
뭐라? 살았다. 나레이션분 목소리가 바뀌었는데, 그쵸?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
응?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
저기
death becomes meaningless, making life
게임
the
끝났나
same.
본데, 크레딧.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
사용 그림. 오. 사무실. 버튼 사운드. 게임 전체에서 사용된 버튼을 눌렀을 때 나오는 사운드입니다. 각 사운드는 키보드 소리와 합성음이 섞여 있습니다. 오. 플레이하면서 들을 수 있었던 거? 잠깐만, 엔딩이라고? 이거 원래 분량이 이렇게 짧은 게임이에요? 두 개의 열린 문은 더 스탠리 패러블 디자인의 가장 첫 번째로 거대한 조각이 없습니다. 이 방이 만들어진 후에는 게임의 나머지 부분이 이 방이 제기하는 모순에 관한 탐구의 확장으로 나타나게 되었습니다. 이거 사무실이네, 내가 일하던. 복도. 이 오프닝 섹션의 완급 조절이 무엇보다도 중요했습니다. 복도를 이동하고 변경하여 플레이어가 적절한 시간에 두 개의 문으로 도달할 수 있도록 만들었습니다. 여기 그 맵 디자인이라던가 그런 거에 대한 거 다 담아놓은 곳인가 보다. 사무실 레이아웃. 이 청사진은 게임 초반에 나오는 사무실 모습을 보여줍니다. 스탠리 사무실에서 두 개의 문으로 가는 길은 게임에서 첫 번째로 제작된 부분이었습니다. 그 왼쪽으로 들어갔다 이렇게 말했던 그 문 두 개 말하는 건가 봐요. 개발 과정에서 섹션이 추가되고 변경되었지만 핵심 레이아웃은 첫 번째 버전과 거의 동일합니다. 오, 맞아. 여기서 깨어나서 이렇게 가가지고 문 2개 있는 대로 짜란 하고 가가지고 여기였다. 왼쪽이랑 오른쪽 고른 거. 오. 파일 보관함. 사무실 컴퓨터. 야, 누가 일하다 말고 게임하래. 어? 켜줘. 미안. 어차피 다 끈 거. 어차피 끈 거 다 꺼버린다. 오, 모델 디자인. 크레딧. 되게 박물관 온 거 같아요. 431, 436. 사무실. 보수구역. 보수구역의 초기 버전. 울트라 디럭스 발표. 이번에 하고 있는 거지. 아닌데, 아직 여기서 못 본 맵들이 엄청나게 많은데. 전쟁터? 개발 초기에 우리는 스탠리가 전쟁터에서 외계인과 싸우게 되는 엔딩을 계획했습니다. 액션 게임이 지각을 갖게 되어 내레이터와 전쟁을 벌이게 되죠. 제작을 시작한 지 얼마 지나지 않아 엔딩이 게임의 톤에 비해 너무 장난스럽고 거슬린다는 것을 깨달았습니다. 게다가 어떤 사람은 엔딩이 슈팅 게임을 좋아하는 이들을 조롱한다고 해석했는데 그건 우리의 의도가 아니었습니다. 신기하네. 뭔가 막 튀어나올 것 같아요. 너무. 글러브. 데드 스트롱 배드. 건트 글러브를 끼고 어떻게 타자를 칠 수 있나요? 빛. 제어실에서 나오는 빛은 뭐야? 진짜 궁금한데. 제어실? 파트너님, 저는 사업 중개인 안토니 엘리아스입니다. 부디 저와 함께 이 엄청나게 수익성이 높은 너무 빨라요. 선생님께 묻고 싶은 게 있는데 선생님의 오늘의 명언은 무엇인가요? 이게 뭐지? 내레이터의 이메일. 저희가 2번째 트레일러를 공개한 후 내레이터에게 질문이 있으면 이메일을 보내달라고 사람들에게 요청했습니다. 처음에는 이메일을 추가 홍보 자료로 사용할 계획이었지만 완벽한 사용법을 찾지 못했습니다. 여기 그 이메일의 일부입니다. 지금 계속 말하고 있었던 스탠리 막 이러면서 말해주던 그 친구한테 질문할 수 있는 기회? 막 같은 게 있었나 봐요. 사무실. 와, 근데 되게 잘 짰다. 깜짝아. 아니, 어디서 자꾸 뭐 넘어가는 소리가 들리는 거예요. 근데 저 시계 돌아가는 소리였어. 이전 버전의 아파트 엔딩으로 이어지는 선택에서 전화를 받을 수 있는 시간이 타이머로 15초 정도 주어졌습니다. 전화를 받지 않는다면 다른 결말로 이어졌을 겁니다. 나 지금 스포 당하는 것 같은데? 엔딩이 여러 개가 있나봐. 화물 리프트의 목적은 항상 그곳에 머물거나 다른 경로로 점프할 수 있는 선택권을 주는 것이었습니다. 하지만 이 초기 버전으로 정한 이후 플레이어가 떨어져 사망하는 옵션도 넣고 싶었습니다. 화물 리프트에 사망하는 것도 있구나. 근데 점프가 없던데? 지금 어떤 버튼을 눌러도 점프를 안 해요. 뿅뿅뿅. ESC 메뉴. 레버. 엔딩의 일부였습니다. 플레이어는 레버를 당기고 나레이터는 어떤 색을 당겼는지 설명했었죠. 지금 저거는 적용 안 된 건가? 게임을 개발하는 동안 4개의 주요 티저 예고편을 공개했는데 각 예고편을 통해 게임의 어떤 정신을 전달하고자 했습니다. 이 영상은 12년 5월에 공개된 첫 번째 예고편으로 1년의 부서진 방들과 함께 스탠리 패러블의 새로운 버전을 제작하고 있다는 것을 시청자들에게 알리는 내레이터의 목소리가 수록되어 있습니다. 소리는 안 들리는 것 같네요. 그래요? 난 어쩌다가 특정 방 먼저 찾았대. 엔딩을 보는 게 아니라. 어라, 이게 무슨 일이지? 카운트다운 방. 엘리베이터. 카운트다운 책상. 오. 자유 엔딩. 게임의 베타 버전에서 존재했던 자유 엔딩입니다. 나가는 길. 아직 덜 봤는데 여기를 다음에 또 다시 올 수 있을지 모르겠어서 빠르게 한번 호로록 봐야 되겠어요. 다 봤네? 이렇게 연결돼 있는 거구나. 여기는 뭐지? 지하. 탈출구. 저기서 내가 들어왔지. 이게 뭐지?
Shoot. Well, try the other one then.
내레이터의 목소리를 담당한 케반
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled
개발
upwards to the
2년
power
동안
source at the
약
top of
3번씩
the
게임
facility to end this
와,
injustice.
게임 전체를 위한 대사를 녹음했습니다.
Now then,
이것들은
this
최종판에서
episode will
사용되지
get him right
않는
back on track
초기
to where
보이스
he's supposed to
클립들입니다.
be in the story.
와, 게임 만드는 거 참
Then he
쉬운 일이
pushed the
아니야,
number
진짜로.
4.
우와.
Stanley pushed the orange lever.
진짜 신기해요. 공간감 있게 들려요. 저 있는 위치에 따라서.
Stanley stood on the snow. Then he pushed the number 8.
오. 3D 서라운드. 다 봤다. 아까 나가는 길이 여기 있었어.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
두 사람. 나레이터랑 플레이어. 이게 뭐야? 함부로 건드려도 되나?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me.
잠깐만.
still
갑자기
save
이쪽으로
these
다시
two. You
온다고요?
can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other
ESC
way to
버튼
beat
누른 다음
this
잠깐만
game.
종료하기
As
버튼
long as you
누르라고?
move forward, you'll be walking
누르는 게 맞나?
someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
잠깐만. 이것도 엔딩 중에 하나인가? 뭔가 고민하게 되네. 종료 버튼 없어요. 근데 잠깐만. 해볼래 그래도. 됐나? 이제 이러면은 다시 화면이 다른 걸로 바뀌었다던가?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
봤던 거잖아. 뭐야 갑자기 처음으로 돌아왔어. 뭐야. 이씨. 저장 이거 중간 저장이 없는 게임이에요?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
아,
room. Perhaps he had
딸려
simply
죽기
missed the
전에
memo.
리셋하라는 거였구나. 그러면 이제 꺼가지고 날아온가 보네. 괜찮아, 빨리 갈 수 있어. 아까
When Stanley
왼쪽으로 가라
came to a set
그랬지.
of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아까 탈출구 쪽으로 갔다가 정말
Yet there
죽을
was not a
뻔한
single
거니까
person
탈출구
here
말고
either.
다른 데로 가봐야
Feeling
되겠어요.
a
말
wave of
들어봐야지.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
화장실로
boss's. Coming to a
가기로
staircase,
했습니다.
Stanley walked upstairs
일단
to his boss's
올라가고.
office.
어디였더라? 왼쪽 287호?
Stepping into his manager's office,
그거였던
Stanley
것
was once
같은데?
again stunned to discover not an indication of any
잘못
human
눌렀-
life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk,
죄송,
pulling
사오였구나.
books off the shelf, looking behind paintings.
아, 이빨
Desperate, Stanley was in
사오였구나.
such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible.
우와,
he
대사
didn't even have a
바뀌었어요.
single minute to just
대사를
let the
칠 단
narrator
1분조차도
talk.
허용하지
That
않았대.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So
아니-
he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
우와. 갑자기 여기 열리는 거
Feeling
알아.
soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
그럼 여기. 와 신기하다. 이거 제가 하는 행동들마다 전부 다 나레이션이 다른가 봐요. 이래가지고 2년 동안 나레이션 녹음하고 한 건가?
Stanley walked straight ahead through
근데
the large
어디까지
door
진행
that read Mind
어디까지
Control Facility.
있을지 모르겠다. 그럼 이거 거꾸로 말 안 듣고 행동해도 내용들이 달라진다는 소린 것 같은데. 일단 여기
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
아 어? CCTV인데 저거는? 뿅. 사원 관찰 프로 뭐라고? 프로토콜?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on
소름
a screen,
끼쳐.
and Stanley, one of them,
이거 원래 불법
eternally
아니에요,
monitored in
근데?
this place
일하는 거
where freedom
CCTV로
meant nothing.
보는 거 괜찮은 건가? 잠깐만. 저기 숫자 막 깨진 것도 있네. 이거 원래 그러면 안 돼. 해외는 이래도 되는 건가? 저기 뭐야?
This
위에서 뭐가 와?
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
매트릭스
Had
창조주방.
Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only
네
reason
번은
he was
어딨지?
happy
몇
with his
번이었-
boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
띠용
He
띠용
refused to believe
띠용
it.
띠용.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
직원들아, 내가 구해줄게. 더 이상 시키는 것만 해야 되는 회사에서 벗어나게 해줄게. 근데 미안, 어떻게 끄는 건지 모르겠어. 아, 이건가? 아닌데? 콘솔 비활성화 오프라인. 저기로 들어가야 되는 거겠죠? 정신집에 비가동 중. 명령어 대기 중. 내가 구해줄게.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it
나
stood
굉장히
for.
멋진 일을 하네. 그 오프를 하면 되는 거겠지? 오프!
Blackness and a rising
아무것도
chill of
없어요,
uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
자유?
And yet, even as the immense door slowly
여기
opened,
맞아?
Stanley
하늘이다.
reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all
이게
he
아까
needed to
말했던
know.
자유 엔딩
It
비슷한
was
건가?
perhaps the only thing
우와.
worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
오픈 도어. 저기다. 저 이제 자유인가요? 아니 근데 동료들은요?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
그럼 이제 일 그만둬서 나
Stanley
어디서 뭘 먹고
was
살아?
happy.
비트 더 게임. 끝난 건가? 도전 과제 달성. 다시 처음으로 돌아왔어요. 아, 방금 거가 엔딩.
All of his
미안하다, 보다.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
다른
room.
것도 해봐야지.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
왼쪽. 아니다. 이번에는
When Stanley came to a set of two
나레이션
open doors, this was
완전
not the
반대로
correct way to the meeting
가볼
room,
거예요.
and Stanley knew perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
청객을
by
해야지.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
회실에 먼저 가보고 싶었다. 이번엔 청개구리 메타다. 오. 왜 안 나오지 대사가? 여기로 빠져나온 것은 참으로 가치 있는 결정이었습니다.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
음미했다며. 마실 거가 있어야 음미를 할 수 있는 거 아니야?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers
사람의
have
흔적이 있어.
mysteriously
동료들의
vanished,
흔적이
here you
있다고.
sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
뭐야
Really
어떻게
worth
알았어?
it.
앉은 거? 대박. 너무 신기해요. 방금
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room
앉아
bordered on
있었는데
creepy
앉아서 그림
and reflected
구경했다고 뭐라
poorly on his
했어요.
overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
커피에 미치다.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. Although a long time had passed and there
어떻게
was no
알았지?
more,
대화
he
기다리고
decided that the
있었는데.
game was trying to send him a message.
진짜 신기하다. 아니 무슨 말을 더 할까요? 더 있나? 헬로? 없나 보다. 근데 없는 척하고 막 되게 말 엄청 많이 하는 경우들 있더라고요. 없는 거 맞지? 나 간다?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the
마참네.
first open door on his left
첫
to
번째
get back to
아니야
business.
말 들으면 안 돼. 왼쪽 문으로 들어갔습니다 라고 하지만 나는 왼쪽 문으로 들어가지 않을 것이다.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he could find years ago.
야 너가 내 고용주 아니잖아. 말 안 들어도 돼. 이런 거 너무 멋있어. 가끔 영화에서 나올 때 보면은 저기서 이렇게 딱 자대고 일하고 있는 거 보면 너무 멋있더라. 대사 없나 더? 거짓말하지 마세요. 만약 지금 거짓말을 하고 있다면 당장 멈추세요. 애니는 싫은데. 갇혔다. 못 나간다. 여긴 어디? 화물 승강기가 움직이는 동안 뛰지 마십시오. 사망에 이를 수 있습니다. 화물 승강기 오용 시 1,000원. 벌금인가 보다 이거. 화물 승강기에서 뛰어내릴 시 5,000원. 엄청 높아. 맞아. 점프를 하고 싶어도 할 수가 없는데. 5,000원. 5,000달러. 그래, 5,000달러.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
아니, 뭐야, 이거? 난죽택
All of his
엔딩.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
어,
Stanley decided to go to the
그렇구나.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
점프가 없더라. 알았음. 그러면
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this
죽어봐야지.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
말 시키지 마.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
휴게실.
Wow. Yes.
말 안 들어.
This room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open
왼쪽에
door on his
열려있는.
left.
아, 근데 궁금하긴 한데. 들어갔다 못 나올 거잖아요. 안 돼. 저거까진 해볼 거야.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
얌전히 있어봐야지.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
와, 진짜
I realize
선택의
that investing
연속이다.
your trust in
오른쪽에도
someone else can be
있고.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been
나
about
어디
nothing
가?
but you
나
all
어디
this
가?
time. There's someone
아.
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
말 안 들을
This is
거지롱.
it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
뭐야, 갑자기
She's been waiting.
장르 변경이야? 그녀는 쭉 기다렸어요. 그녀? 예쁘냐? 그래, 그녀? 예쁘냐? 그녀가 누군데? 응.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
싫어, 안 받을
Reach
거야.
out to her. If you
놀래켰어.
can truly
날
place your faith in
날
another,
놀래켰어. 괘씸해.
then pick up the phone.
구석에 있을 거. 아, 스위치 뺄 수 있나?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one.
잠깐만, 스위치 뽑아버렸어.
Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely not Thursday. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
원래라면
Not picking
저래야
up the phone
된다고.
is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
틀린 게
None of these
어딨어?
decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect
저는
choices.
이
And to think I've
제
been letting you
사회적
run around in this game
깨는
for so
거
long.
같은
If you'd made any more wrong
멘트
choices, you might have
나오는 게임들
negated
되게
it entirely.
무서워하거든요.
It's as though you
공포스러워
completely
그런 거.
ignored even the most basic
사람인지
safety
알아버렸네.
protocol for real-world decision-making.
I kill
Or
you.
did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe
아,
decision-making in the real
고리타분해
world.
말하는 거.
Please observe this helpful
아,
instructional video.
교양 비디오래.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you
말이
make a choice
된다.
that does not conform
이상하게
to
사는
rational
유기.
logic. If you find yourself speaking with a
물고기?
person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you
또-
cannot continue talking.
더하기 6은
Turn to a
물고기.
partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having
사타구니요.
a fat sack and crack."
어,
Excellent.
연습.
Making choices on a regular
Practice.
basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per
8번
day.
이상의
Do
선택.
you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful
모든
and whether you'll
순간들이
ever make a
선택의 연속
significant
아닌가?
contribution to the
8번
world,
넘게
just
하는데
remember that in the vast
일어나서
infiniteness
게임
of
고르는
space,
거
your
선택.
thoughts and problems are
화장실
materially
간다 안 간다
insignificant, and the
선택.
feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
응.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed
Hi.
that this room has begun to deteriorate as
코드
a result
뽑을래.
of narrative
뭐야 이미 뽑혀
contradiction.
있네.
But
뭐야?
not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to
몇
do
번
would
전에
have
선택지로
been. This way,
돌아가자고.
please.
아 싫어. 응. 아까 나 깜짝 놀래켰으니까 말 안 들을 거임. 더 대사 없나? 모든 것이 위험합니다. 다시 꼽아주면 안 돼? 다시 꼽고 전화 받을게. 인제는 받을 수 있는데 없나 보다. 슝. 또 열어. 히히히히히. 아! 우와 치사하다. 한 번은 열게 해주더니 그 뒤로는 안 열어준. 이제 안 열어주는데요? 청개구리 못하겠네. 아쉽다. 안 열어주네. 이제 열리나 여기? 안 열린다. 그러면 전으로 돌아가라는 거 싫은데.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the
와.
main character dying
이제
senselessly
뛰어내리지도 못하게
halfway through the
옆에다가 다
story. That
막아놨어요.
story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
감사합니다. 안 띄워지네. 카드. 나한테 카드 없나? 카드로 여는 거 같은데 여기는? 없나 봄. 아이고. 돌아가기 싫은데 돌아가야 되는구만. 얘는 왜 안 닫혀? 문. 근데 어떻게 이게 문들이 열리는 곳이 한 군데도 없을 수가 있지? 휴게실.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending.
정말.
The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free.
열어줘. 싫어. 왼쪽 문 안 갈 거야. 열어줘. 안 열리네. 알았어. 갈게. 뿅. 뿅.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
오케이.
When Stanley
못
came to a
가는
set
거
of two
봐봐.
open doors, he
왼쪽
entered the
눈으로
door on his left.
돌아갔습니다. 싫어!
No! Why did you do that?
뭐야?
Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
방 모양이 달라졌는데요, 구조가? 싫어! 안 갈 거임, 열어줘. 장소가 일그러졌다. 메랑. 안 열리네. 돌아가야지. 안 열려. 왼쪽. 슈.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
저쪽에 문 있는데.
What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
싫음. 안 갈 거. 강제로 종료. 미쳤나봐. 무서워. 살려줘 제발.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do
이거
what I
아까
tell him to.
탈출한
He
엔딩이
understands
제일
that if I
좋은
say to do
엔딩이었던 거
something,
아니에요?
there's a damn good reason for it.
말 안 들으면 말 안
That
듣는
thought
대로
hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That
문제가
there's a
생기는
world
것
outside of
같은데.
you. You're a child.
예.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
방해하고
It would have been so
생기든지.
perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
이는 내
behave
편이
exactly as
아니야.
Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
오케이.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
그치만 아니 그 왼쪽 문으로 들어가라고 하고 싶으면 왼쪽 문만 열던가 오른쪽 문도 여니까 들어가고 싶어지는 거잖아요. 아니 그 문이 열려 있으니까
Yet there was not a
궁금하니까
single
들어가
person there
보고
either.
싶지.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
대박.
hoping he might
청소도구가
find
안
an answer
열린다.
there.
이거 선택지에 따라서 상호작용 안 되게 되는 것도 있나 봐요.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
올라갔습니다. 사장님 화장실이었는데 저기. 이 문이 닫힌 거지. 우와. 다르다.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
다르다. 사장실이
Shocked,
달라졌다.
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
인식이?
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
115.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
나이트
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
나이트 샥 115. 누르고 말해야 되는 건가? 나이트 샥 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
나이트 샥 115. 음성 인식 안 되는 것 같은데요?
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
영어 발음이 안 좋아서 그런가? 나이트 샤크 115.
Okay, fine. You're not
아니,
gonna do
말하고
it,
있었는데.
But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect.
나이트
The kind
샥
of respect
115.
Stanley shows for his choices.
나이트
He
샥
knows what it means to take a story
115.
seriously. If you
나이트
didn't want to see what I had to
샥
show you, then why did you come here? You had a
115.
choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
난가?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever
야,
you do.
괜찮아?
I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
내가 지나가면 안
Can you
지나가지네.
hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
쟤 아예
Okay. It's okay. I can wait.
그치, 내가 플레이어인데 움직여줄 수 있는 내가
Time to
조종을
make sure your
못하니까
choice is correct. That is the best.
쟤는 아무것도 못하는 거구나.
That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
나레이터님, 저 여기 있는데. 엥?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he
뭔가
entered the
소름
door on his
끼쳐.
left.
여기 있었었는데. 그거랑 아까 안 해본 거. 왼쪽. 분기점,
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
분기점이
of
되게 많은 것 같은데
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
어디서부터 제가
office, hoping he
분기점을
might find
택하고
an answer
있는지도
there.
모르겠어요. 아 깜짝 안 열리는 줄.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Not again!
어떻게
I won't be
알았어?
part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be
와,
patient and wait for
봤어요
you to
방금?
finish whatever it
또
is you enjoy
들어갔다고
doing so much
뭐라
in this
하네?
room.
진짜 신기하다.
Please take your time.
설마 지금 내가 하는 모든 행동들이 다 분기점인 건가? 가만히 있어 봐야지. 에헤헤헤헤 아무것도 안 하고 있어야지. 진짜 아무 말도 안 할 거야? 진짜로? 진짜로 아무것도 안 가르쳐 줄 거야? 진심? 정말로? 나 여기서 아무것도 안 한다. 어이 나레이션 말해봐. 나가는 척. 뭐지? 보통 원래 나오면은 문 닫아버렸었거든요. 나가는 척 하면은 뭐가 더 있을 줄 알았는데. 알았어, 안 들어갈게.
Coming to a staircase,
아래,
Stanley walked
아래.
upstairs to his boss's office.
헤헤헤헤. 아까는 위로 올라갔지만 이거 뭐지? 편지 같은 게 있는데 안녕 루니라고 해가지고 글씨가 너무 작아서 잘 안 보여요. 근데 자동차.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He
왜?
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed
우리 자동차 타고
everyone had
탈출하자.
vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue.
그러게 왜 나
He
발 안
just
보여?
hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled.
Dreaming!
This is all a dream.
Dream.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
저 막
How
몸도
was he
떠요.
remaining so lucid?
열어줘.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing
뭐지?
my thoughts, he thought.
온
And
건가?
while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a
이거
dream.
이상해요.
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to
계속
take responsibility for himself?
똑같은 장소만
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
반복되는 건가?
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the
돌아가지도
voice not see him
못하는데?
float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
알고 보니 여긴 꿈이었던
Let me wake
건가?
up, he thought to himself.
Wake up,
I'm
wake up,
through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
wake up.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
꿈에서 못 깨어난 거야?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
마리엘라.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and
뭔가
what isn't.
심오하네.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for
스토리에
this,
대한
so it was
해석도
only a moment
제가
that she
직접
stood there,
할게요.
staring down at the body. And then
슬프지
she turned
않은데
and ran.
다른 사람이 슬픈 장면이라고 말하는 것도 어떻게 보면 그 게임을 순수하게 즐기기 어려운 그런 거라고. 돌아와 버렸네. 다시 처음으로. 근데 한 번쯤은 열릴만도 한데.
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
응. 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 여기 원래 있었나? 지금 뭔가 방들이 다 의심하게 돼요. 뭔가 전체적인 이야기를 봐야 될 것 같기도 하고 뭔가 사람마다 느끼는 게 다
When
다를 것
Stanley came to a
같기는
set of two open doors,
한 것
he
같아요.
entered the door on
이제
his left.
오른쪽 가면 또 뭔가 다른가?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
잘 알고
well.
있습니다.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so
인적인
deeply
느낌?
and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
첫 번째 문.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
여기는 아까 왔었던 곳이긴 하지만 또 선택지가 달라졌을 수도 있으니까.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
아닌데
here. I'm
여기까지는
not your enemy.
별이
Really,
똑같은
I'm
것
not.
같은데.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
글쎄요, 이게
all this
분기점이
time. There's
어디서
someone you've
나뉘는
been
건지를
neglecting, Stanley.
잘
Someone
모르겠어가지고
you've forgotten about.
한 번 더 하면 또
Please,
이야기가
stop
다를
trying to
수도
make every
있으니까.
decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to
만회하기.
redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back
다시
into your
타면
life. She's
또
been waiting.
달라지나? 슉! 슉! 없네. 저 아래 분? 저기를 내려갈 수가 없어요, 근데. 떨어지면 죽어요. 죽고 스토리 마무리 돼서 다시 처음으로 돌아가더라고요. 아, 맞아. 이거 안 해봤어.
You need to
아까
be the one to
전에는
do this. To
코드를
reach out to
뽑아버렸는데.
if you can truly place your faith in another.
하다. 여보세요. 헬로. 모시모시?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, on, sweetie.
어머.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here,
이
Stanley.
자식이
I'm
기만을
trying to
하네.
get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
안 들어가.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
아, 왜? 나 안 갈래. 안 갈래. 치사하게 막아버리네.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
좋은 아침입니다. 직원번호 427. 당신은 키보드에서 V를 누르세요. V.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
P를 누르세요. 안 누르면 어떻게 되지? 다른 버튼 누르는 건 상호작용 없어요. 이거는 안 누르는 선택지는 딱히 없는 것 같기도 하고 안 이어지는 거 보니까 이거 섬뜩하다. P.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
P.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
TV를 보시라면 G를 누르세요. TV?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
아이들과 시간을 보내시라면 G.
So
장면이
he went
재생되는 게
further.
아니라
He
대사로만
imagined
나오네.
that he came to two
상상인가 봐요,
open
다.
doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
저녁 차리기. L.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
노란색 선?
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called
아기가
it
있는
the
게임.
Stanley Parable.
아이들에게 이야기를 들려주려면 G.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over,
Again,
wishing beyond
again.
hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
오, 신기해. 아내에게 사랑한다고 말하려면 P를 누르세요. I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is
사라졌는데?
pushing the same buttons he always has.
아, 지옥인가,
Nothing has
여기가?
changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
점점 제 원래 일하던 그 사무실이랑 비슷해지고 있는 것 같잖아. 나 여기 어디서 많이 본 것 같은데?
And I'm trying to
도르마몬가?
tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button,
버튼을
do
누르라고
not
하면 누르지
do
마세요.
it.
싫어.
You see?
Ah.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
어떠한 질문도 하지. 누를 건데?
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
다시 처음으로 돌아왔네.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard
어디로 가야
Stanley looked,
되지?
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
전화를 받는 선택지. 새로운 컨텐츠.
Oh, new content? What does that mean? New
약간 좀
content.
너무 반복되는데 싶을 때쯤에 뭔가 새로운 게 또 열렸네. 어? 와, 근데 여기 일하는 곳이 얼마나 큰 거야, 대체? 무슨 회사인지도.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
2013년.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable
재밌다.
Ultra
놀이기구
Deluxe
타는
features
거
exciting
같아요.
new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley
더
Parable,
많은 것.
delighting audiences the world
콘텐츠.
over.
오!
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well,
뭐지,
this
뭐지,
sounds
뭐지?
delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe
뭐가
content.
뭐가 추가됐을까요? 한 대 울리는 데 없나? 없다.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
뭘까? 뭐가 나올까? 뭐지? 갑자기 막 전투 시스템이 추가된다던가.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
콘텐츠. 점프가
Alright.
생겼나봐.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
여기? 오! 헉! 잠깐만, 이거 점프 횟수가 정해져 있는. 저 안에서만 되나 본데요? 후! 뭐 숨겨진 거 있나? 없네. 다 쓰면 어떻게 되는 거지? 안 되나 보다.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
아예 점프 기능이 생기는 건 줄 알았는데 점프 기능이 생기는 게 아니라 점프를 하기 위한 동그라미가 있어야 되는 거구나.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yeah.
도착.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
나 궁금해. 혹시 이거 시계 현재 시간이랑 똑같나요? 아니네, 다르네. 기대했어. 혹시 아까 시간 설정하는 게 있어서. 응? 새로운 컨텐츠를 플레이해주셔서 감사합니다.
That's it?
진심?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
심지어
This is
여기서는
what
점프 다시
happens
하지도
when greedy
못하는데?
video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement,
부정과제.
please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could
에이,
never have
설마
lived up to
이걸로
such
마지막
expectations. If you're still with
이진
me, why don't
않겠지.
we just reset the game
어,
and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
달라. 달라? 달라. 열리는 문은 여전히 없네요.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I
싫어.
want to show you something.
싫어. 이번만 말 듣는다. 궁금하니까. 커피에 미치다. 이런 떨어지는 구간 너무 좀 의심되는데? 괜찮겠지?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
전투
Take a
생기나?
look.
약간 판타지스럽지 않아요? 대박!
I call it the Memory Zone.
뭐야?
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
추억의 공간.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
최고의 재산이란 바로 추억이다. 들었지? 최고의 재산은 바로 추억이래. 우와. 타임. 내셔널 지오그래픽이 왜 여기에? 인디펜던트 게임 페스티벌 관객상. 상도 받았었던 게임인가? 스탠리 패러블. 하루의 첫 키스, 첫 번째 자가용, 2013년에 발매된 더 스탠리 패러블. 2013년에 처음으로 나왔었구나, 맨 처음에. 오리지널, 리메이크. 원래 플랫폼이 PC였었던 건 걸까요? 처음 해보는 게임이라 저는. 애정이 담긴 추억. 좋았던 한때. 왜 다 지난 일처럼 만들어놔서. 과거를 회상하는 추억여행. 그 일이 있었다는 것에 웃어봐요. 네. 해모. 밖으로 나가기. 잠깐만, 이거 뭐야? 5년 동안 플레이하지 마십시오. 엔딩 중에서 저런 것도 있나 본데요? 5년 뒤에 플레이하면은 다시 얻을 수 있는 건가? 우리 기다려보자. 5년이면은 잠깐만, 2027년 2027년 뒤에 다시 들어와 보면은 새로운 게 뭔가 추가되는 게 있으려나? 이번 작 10년이라고요? 뭐 그러면 널널하는 32년에 오면 되겠네. 2032년에 새로운 비디오 게임 오늘 발매되다. 오, 뉴욕타임즈 신문에도 있었나 보네. 스탠리 패러블이 어려운 결정을 내리다. 뭔데? 무슨 결정을 내렸길래? 여기 맵 너무 마음에 들어. 작은 스탠리. 사랑스러웠던 모습을 기억하며. 뭐지? 이거 왜 이렇게 무덤 느낌이냐? 햄찌 아니에요 저거? 무지개 다리 건너온 건가? 근데 정확히 스탠리라는 게 이름이 아닌가? 저 햄스터한테도 다 이름을 넣어놨다는 거는 좀...
And over here is where I keep
노래
reviews of the
좋아.
Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form
그
of
어떤
art,
리뷰도 읽지
Stanley
마세요.
Parable
1리뷰만
strives
빼고요.
and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally
우와,
every
10점 만점에
game
10점.
ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
왜 자폭함예? 그 어떤 리뷰도 읽지 마세요. 1리뷰만 빼고요. 여러분은 더 스탠리 패러블 같은 게임을 어떻게 리뷰하시나요? 게임의 어떤 부분을 묘사하는 건 게임 자체의 파멸을 감수하는 것입니다. 게임 디자인, 선택의 환상, 그리고 게이머들의 심리에 대해 말할 것을 자세하게 설명하는 것은 당신에게 너무 많은 걸 말하는지도 모릅니다. 오, 비교하기엔 너무 비참할 정도로 부적절합니다. 이것과 가장 비슷한 게임은 아마 디어 에스더인 것 같아요. 디어 에스더는 상호작용적인 재미의 형태를 낭비했지만 스탠리 패러블은 그걸 직접 이용하고 도로 뒤집어 엎어버리려 합니다. 정말 많은 게임들이 게임 그 자체를 넘어 어떠한 예술의 형태를 일망하는 이곳에서 스탠리 패러블은 만들어진 모든 게임이 되기 위해 노력하고 성공했습니다. 그렇긴 하면서도 아무 게임들의 기준으로 단순하게 비교하는 것은 올바르지 않겠죠. 그럼 인터넷에서 구할 수 있는 가장 흥미로운 모드 중 하나를 최대 크기로 다시 재상상화한 더 스탠리 패러블 HD로 알려진 이 게임을 어떻게 리뷰하시겠습니까? 어떻게 토론하고 분석하고 추천하시겠습니까? 답은 간단하죠. 하지 마세요. 이거 뭔가 좀 심오한데? 그렇잖아요. 내가 이 게임에 대해서 리뷰를 하게 되면은 그 글을 본 사람은 그 글만 보고 그치? 봐봐. 그 글만 보고 아 이거는 어떤 게임이구나 하고 뭔가 고정관념, 인식 같은 게 생겨가지고 순수하게 평가를 게이머로서 하기 힘들어질 수도 있을 것 같아. 그래서 이 리뷰 빼고 읽지 말라는 거 아닐까요? 그런 것 같아. 점수가 낮다고 해서 나쁜 게임이 아닌 것처럼? 보수구역. 닫혀있네. 닫혀있네. 하지 말라는 리뷰 빼고 리뷰하지 마세요. 리뷰하지 마세요 라는 리뷰를 리뷰하지 마세요. 이게 뭐야? 도르마무 되게 나레이션 캐릭터들인가? 누군지도 모르겠네. 한 번도 본 적이 없어. 여기 애초에 사람이 나왔었나? 아! 그거다. 왼쪽은 스탠리고 오른쪽은 아까 그 시체를 발견했다는 그 여자분. 오. 절대로 끝나지 않는다. 스콧 K를 위해. 스탠리 패러블. 뭔가 게임 하다 보니까 맨 처음에 그 게임 스타트하는 창 있잖아요. 그 창이 왜 컴퓨터 안에 컴퓨터 안에 컴퓨터를
Here's another moving passage, this time from
만들었는지 알 것
GameSpot.com.
같기도 하고.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
소름 돋네. 1.5내감? 단점이 없는데? 특출나게 재밌음, 아주 놀라운 결과를 주는 의미 있는 선택들로 가득함, 믿을 수 없이 영리하고 장난스럽게 즐거움. 캐롤린? 게임뿐만 아니라 인생에서도 흔히 걸어가는 길을 과감히 벗어나기를 좋아하지만 안타깝게도 그녀의 머릿속의 내레이터는 스탠리 패러블의 내레이터만큼보다 재치가 없다. 나는 처음 게임을 플레이할 때 하나만 보라 그랬지만 이거는 봐도 되겠지? 나는 처음 게임을 플레이할 때 잘못된 길로 가려 하는 사람 중 한 명이다. 나를 왼쪽에서 오른쪽으로 뛰게 하거나 앞으로 가도록 강제하는 것처럼 게임이 특정한 길로 안내하려고 할 때 나는 모험하고 디자이너들이 다른 길을 숨겨놓은 것을 보기 위해서 하나하나 반대로 움직이는 본능을 충족시켜야 한다. 가끔은 추가 목숨이나 용감한 행동에 대한 보상으로 주어지는 수집품을 찾을 수도 있다. 그런 게 도전이지. 하지만 다른 때에는 내 탐험은 보이지 않는 벽에 달려드는 거대한 실망감으로 보상받을 때도 있다. 내가 무언가를 찾던 찾지 못하든 간에 나의 행동은 내 선택을 극단적으로 제한하고 특정한 행동만을 부추기는 시스템 속에서 독립하여 스스로 선택하고자 하는 나의 욕망의 표현이다. 스탠리 패러블은 당신의 선택에 대한 반응성과 기대를 완전히 뒤집어버리고 정신을 바짝 차리게 만듦으로써 살아있음을 느끼게 한다. 이런 게 좀 자유도의 영역이기도 하겠죠? 내 생각에 스탠리 패러블은 나에게 감동을 줌과 동시에 보는 사람들을 조종했던 찰리 쿠프만과 스파이크 존즈의 등장인물의 교훈을 주는 사원과 클리셰적인 내용 비틀기를 포함했던 영화를 섬세하게 따라한 게임 같은 것이다. 스탠리 패러블은 게임, 그리고 우리의 직장과 가족 같은 다른 체계에서 이 가진 선택의 본질이 있는 대사와 게임에서 마주쳐온 가장 즐겁고 놀랍고 보람있는 선택 모두 풍부한 자극이 있다. 잘못된 길을 가는 것이 이만큼 잘 되고 있다는 느낌을 받은 적이 없다. 오, 잘못된 길. 그러게요. 진짜 그 나레이션이 말하는 대로 그대로 따라가서 엔딩을 보는 것도 있었지만 그게 아니라 완전 청개구리처럼 반대로 하는 그런 것도 있기는 있었으니까. 진지한 방? 저기 어떻게 가는 거지? 근데 그런 부분들도 다 신경을 쓰고 대화 같은 거 만들었다는 것도 대단한 것 같아. 아, 이거 리뷰하면 안 된다 그랬는데? 아,
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back
어,
to have
열렸다.
it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
본 적이
What's this?
없다고?
What's down here?
그럼 내가 보러 가줄게. 여기 자판기도 있었네.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
아, 반짝반짝 빛날 거라는데 분명히 비판도 있긴 하지 않을까? 그치?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
잠깐만, 나
I
아직
suppose
덜
I can write up a
읽었는데.
handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game
네,
is already
뭐.
such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even
이거-
imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
뭐 게임이란 것도 취향이 있는 거니까 별로 그렇게 맞지 않는 사람도 있기는 있었겠지. 근데 그게 나쁜 평가는 아니겠죠. 맞아요. 뭔가 되게 생각이 많아지게 하네. 게임이 그냥 단순히 선택지 고르고 하는 게임이 아니라 저거 진짜 일일이 읽으면서 게임 만들어 나가면서 얼마나 맴짓이었을까. 자식 같았을 텐데. 참 이게 작품을 만든다는 것도 게임의 아이디어는 좋았지만 복수 결말과 패러디 요소가
While the idea
있음에도
for the game's
게임은
good,
순식간에
for
단조롭고
someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from
저는
the game to get it to feel as light
재밌어요.
and airy as it... I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
근데
These black
되게
marks on my
상처받았을 수
otherwise
있는
unimpeachable
내용들을
track
되게
record.
재치있게 남아놔가지고
I feel-
재밌네.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
날씨도 안 좋아졌어요. 막 천둥치고 비 오고. 이건 뭐지? 이 가시방석인데? 가시방석인데?
What's this one got to say?
전 이게 무언가의 우화가 되어야 된다는 것을 알지만 잘난치 않은 듯한 목소리가 그닥 즐겁지 않대.
I wish there was a skip button.
스킵 버튼.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Oh, yeah.
That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
오, 뭔가 이 상황이랑도 되게 잘 어울린다. 스탠리도 이제 선택지가 시키는 대로 그대로 하는 것이랑 왜 돌아가지질 않아? 반대로 하는
And
게
here it is.
있었잖아요.
Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
이
No more
게임이
listening to me rambling on and on and on.
유저의 의견을
The
전부
Stanley
반영해가지고
Parable is a game for the
만들어진
people.
게임이었다면
And if the
과연
people
이런
want silence,
특이한
then by goodness,
게임이
that's
될
what
수
they're going to
있었을까라는
get. Well, don't sit
생각과
around
물음을
waiting for me to
던지게
shut up.
되네.
Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, here's a tale that I've just begun, an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time
목소리가 달라지셨는데요?
So, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
놀래도 돼.
Until
그치만 대사 다 듣고 싶어
245.
나는.
That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction
똑같은
therefore
말만
becomes
계속 하는
impossible to
건가?
manufacture.
블라블라.
It went.
어?
You're back, you see. You were only
앞에 다
frozen in
잘랐어.
time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time
아,
for me
겨우
to
몇
deliver a
분간-
long, rambling monologue
뭐야,
full of
세고 있는 거였어?
unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature
오,
of
더
choice in
오랫동안
video
기다려도
games.
뭔가 더
Of course, I happen
있었었으려나
to
봐요.
believe it
아니
was perhaps
세상에.
one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a
와, 근데
series of choices
신기하다.
made by the
스킵
person
버튼이
who
생기니까
are or
누르고
were or
싶어요.
will be at the time of having made said choice.
아니
That is to say,
없었을 땐
if by
들었거든.
articulating a
집중해서
choice you've already made,
집중해서
you bring
듣고
that choice
있었거든요.
into
근데
being, then by making no
눈앞에
choice and
있으니까
saying
누르고
nothing,
싶어.
are
이게
you not
사람의
simply
심리 같은 그런
erecting in
건가?
the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought, or rather,
미안.
all. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest,
상처만 안
I
나면
don't even know if
비추천
one can
받은
change their
거.
review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I
더
have to
눌러봐도
imagine
되나?
that after seeing this... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means.
이거
but it's-
30분 기다리면
there's
또
really
뭔가
only so
있나?
much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the
누르지
button
않기를
again.
제안할게요.
Stanley,
그럼 또
Stanley, please
눌러야지.
don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly
Yeah.
getting... Oh, Stanley,
어두워졌다.
you're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
아,
Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting
이거
here
시들고
all that
있다,
time,
계속.
just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just
스킵이라.
how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing?
아이 스킵 버튼
Oh,
있으니까
hello.
자꾸 누르게
You're
되잖아.
here again, look.
아니 이거
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me
점프하고
describe it for
싶다.
you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
왜지?
Days, months.
달이 지나고.
I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and
시계도
disgust
멈췄네. 아까는
simultaneously.
초침
I
움직이고
was consumed
있었는데.
by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a
시간 너무 많이
revelation
지나서
for
그런가?
me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced
No.
entirely.
다행이다. 아닌데 아무 말도 안 들리는데 갑자기? 해치웠나? 응.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of
있는데,
their
갑자기?
pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much. they
괜찮아,
said.
그럴
First,
수
he
있어.
didn't entertain us. Now he won't
이랬었는데.
shut up. It's the inconsistency. It's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to
야,
happen.
이거 좀
The
되게
most immediate
심오하다.
desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have
다시 고요해졌네.
The end is never 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 the
무서워,
end is
무서워,
never the end is
무서워,
never the
스킵할래.
end is never the end is never the end
왜
is never
그래?
the end.
어디서 물 떨어지는 소리가 들려요. 무너졌다. 빛이야. 어두운 곳에서 벗어날 수 있게 되나? 이렇게. 에? 스킵? 응. 이상한 소리 나는데. 너무 무서운 거가 아니었어요. 기울어졌다. 하지만 이거 이제 스킵 버튼은 고장난 걸까요? 안 올라오는 거 보니까 이제 끝난 거 같기도 하고. 탈출이야, 드디어! 사막? 세상이 세상이 어디로 가야 될진 모르겠지만 일단 걷다 보면 뭔가 찾겠지? 나 멀어지고 있는 거 맞긴 맞나? 세상 멸망할 때까지 스킵한 거예요? 미안. 응? 게임이 너무 미래지향적인가 봐.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
대사가 바뀌었다고? 나 여기 와본 적 있어. 있는데? 있는데? 뉴 콘텐츠.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes,
Oh.
I have something very exciting to show you.
달라진 거 맞나? 아까 전에는 점프하는 맵으로 이동됐었거든요? 저 네온사인으로 되어 있는 거는 아까 전에는 없었던 것 같았는데 생긴 것 같아가지고 와봤는데 맞나?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which
대사가
is why
바뀌었네.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
예? 예? DLC가 아니라 2였던 거임?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
투자자 쇼케이스.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. 둘이 되어버린 날 잊은 것 같은 너의 모습에 하나일 때보다 난 외롭고 허전해. 네가 가져간 나의 반쪽됨. 이거 노래 아닌가? 둘이 되어버린 날 잊은 것 같은 너의 모습에. 그거 아닌가? 그건 것 같은데. 문 열렸다. 번역 엄청나.
보고 싶은데. 오빠. 그들이 돌아왔다. 두 개의 문. 새로운 콘텐츠는 빼고 새로운 콘텐츠 파트 2를 추가. 직상한 플러스 고물. 따뜻한 신상. 헉, 지루한 차트 조각. 빨갛고 멋진 차트 조각. 더 많은 스탠리 패러블, 더 좋은 스탠리 패러블. 연속적인 소비자 인지도. 인식의 전환 시너지. 오프라인을 통해 접근. 고객 중심의 우편 마케팅. 빨간색. 통체적 가치의 용량을 줌. 아이. 게임을 추가하게
Now, to be
된
clear, I haven't quite nailed down
계기
what
같은
exactly the
건가?
Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting
이쪽이
concepts,
무대입니다.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
레드카펫이다.
Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything
여러분,
scientific or
아름다운
logical,
밤.
really.
인데 아무도 없네요. 여러분, 아름다운 밤이에요. 라고 손을 흔들흔들 하려 그랬는데, 우와, 새로운 컨텐츠. 버스를 탈 수 있게 되는 건가? 두근. 의자. 야, 쾅쾅. 오픈.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
사무실 장식. 더 스탠리 패러블에 안심을 주는 양동이? 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 헉! 저 누르면 내 이름 말함? 어디? 저기 있다. 독점. 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요. 게임을
For the Stanley
플레이하는
Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in
인정욕구.
mind, my first addition to the game is this button which
게임을
speaks the
플레이하는
name of
사람의
the
이름을
person
불러주는
playing the
버튼.
game. Isn't that wonderful?
이게 뭐지? 완벽한 버튼으로의 여정. 난 큼지막한 게 더 좋은데. 시야가 좁아가지고 너무 쬐깐하면은 그래가지고요. 잘 안 보여가지고 이거 누르면 진짜 내 이름 말하나? 아니 그럴 리가 없지 근데.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified.
아이 뭐야.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to
난
really
또 막
simulate the full
그
experience of this
컴퓨터
feature.
내 컴퓨터
Just
이름
play along.
정해놓으면은
I
그거
promise you'll love
읽어주는
it.
건 줄 알았네.
Okay, here we go. Let's
설렜다,
take a
살짝.
deep breath, clear your mind,
들이마시-
forget
들이쉬고.
whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
짐이 누군데?
Sleeping and waking as
내가
Jim.
아는 짐은 가야
Falling
짐
in
어서
love
얘밖에
and being
없는데.
heartbroken as Jim.
짐.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do
헐.
you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
No.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
난 짐이 아닌데 그치만 짐.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Oh, it hit even harder the second time.
성우분
If this
너무
were the only new
웃기셔.
feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too
Jim.
emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
짐.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
빼앗지 마. 가져가지 말아줘. 재밌었는데 나는 짐이다. 근데 신기하다. 스탠리라고 할 수도 있었을 텐데 짐이라는 이름으로 바꿨네요. 저것도 뭔가 다 이유가 있는 건가?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. Actually save me the work of
짐이라는
finishing
사람만
this feature.
하고 싶대. 당신은 앞으로 짐이라 불리게 됩니다. 그러네. 아까 부르는 이름으로 바꿔준다고 그랬었는데 즐기세요. 새로운 컨텐츠를. 다른 거 아직 못 본 듯. 스크린샷 금지라고? 하지 말라면 더 하고 싶어. 이상한 소리 들리는. 사진 찍으면 뭔가 있을 줄 알았는데 그건 없네요. 그거랑 점프 가능한 원. 여기 놀이동산 온 거 같아. 새로운 거 이것저것 체험해볼 수 있어서. 엑스포 홀2 가이드. 엄청 크다. 여기도 점프 가능한 원이지. 또 공짜 도전 과제, 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼, 상품, 설정하기 세계 챔피언, 스탠리 패러블의 안심을 주는 양동이, 사무실 장식품들, 에필로그, 수집 요소, 끝없는 구멍. 영어랑 뭔가 상관이 있나?
그러고 보니 짐님은 지금까지 몇 개의 엔딩을 봤는지 기억하시나요?
아니요. 저 엔딩이 뭐였는지도 모르겠는데요? 크레딧 나오는 게 엔딩이라고 봐야 되나? 두 개? 두 개인가? 찾을 수 있을까요? 찾을 수 있을까요? 찾을 수 있을까요? 못 찾아? 뭔데요? 요거? 잠깐만, 이거 이름이 뭐였지? 새로운 요소. 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전 과제 얻기. 이렇게 간단하다니 믿어지지 않아요. 뭔데 이거? 여기서 받아가세요. 공짜 도전 과제. 지금 당장 달성해 가세요. 레버를 당기세요. 새로운 도전 과제를 받으세요. 이상 절차는 없습니다. 그냥 바로 달성돼요. 지금 당장 달성해 가세요. 이게 시간
Now here's
들여가지고
something special. You remember that broken test
얻는
achievement that got
게
left in the game on
도전
accident?
과제가
Well,
의미가
I'm
있는
developing
거지.
a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to
이거?
you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
그럼 이거 도전 과제를 얻을 수 있는 게 아니잖아. 아니잖아. 바이. 빈손으로 나왔다.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
전시관. 놓친 전시관. 저거 원래 이러고 돌아갔었었나요? 출구. 아직 못 본 거 많은데. 점프 가능한 원은에 쏘고 끝없는 구멍. 저건 뭐지? 끝나지 않아요. 미완성 엑스포. 그러게요. 완성된 게
Okay,
하나도
I'll be
없네.
honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version,
사무실의
the office
장식품?
could use a bit of decoration. like balloons. But I've
저거
decided on get well someday
언젠가 잘 될
and
거야.
happy
12살
12th
생일
birthday.
축하한다.
Which would you
조카
go with?
녀석아. 어느 쪽이 더 좋아 보이나요? 저는 이거요.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
아니 나 이거 골랐는데? 왜 거꾸로 함?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
이씨 안 바꿔주나? 짐 갔어. 안심해주는 양동이 상품. 오. 다 본 것 같기도 하고. 저긴가? 저기 2층에 뭐가 있는데? 새로운 요소. 2층은 여기로 가는 거겠죠?
A common complaint of the Stanley
저게
Parable
뭐야?
was that it was confusing and
저걸
paradoxical.
머리에다 쓰고
That it
있으면
engendered
마음에
a chaotic
평온이
sense of
찾아오나?
reckless despair in those who played it.
아무것도
Well,
없는데요?
I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
뭐야
You
어디
see,
갔어?
Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will
저게
fill your
뭐야?
mind and your heart.
양동이를 들고 있으면
As long as you hold on to the
마음의
bucket,
평화가
the many
찾아온다고.
disorienting
뭐야
contradictions
위에서
of the
내려오고
Stanley
있었구나.
Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it?
웃어?
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more
어때
attractive
나
as a person.
매력적이야?
The benefits of the
양동이를
bucket seem to
들고
go
있는
on and
융이는
on, don't they?
매력적이다.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
머리에다 쓰. 잠시 이거 진짜 들고 다닌다고요? 저기요?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
힐 어디지? 출구. 막혀 있는 거 아닌? 아. 근데 저 취한 거가 맞다. 저거 안 가봤다. 까먹고 있었어요. 저 근데 취한 거 같아요. 기분 탓인지 모르겠는데 양동이를 드는 순간부터 애가 정확히 정면으로 걷는 게 아니라 살짝 대각선으로 걷는 것 같은 느낌이 드는데? 아닌가? 기분 탓인가? 기분 탓인가 봐. 구멍 있고 무한. 끝없는 구멍의 구조. 여기.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
무한한
Infinite
추라.
fall. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
깜짝. 이것도 설마 미완성인 건 아니겠지?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
텔레포트? G를 눌러서 위로
Great.
돌아가세요.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay. I guess we're back on the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
너 이
I'll
자식
be honest with you.
미완성
I truly did not believe
콘텐츠였구만.
that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite. But
끝없는
come on.
고명이라며.
Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're
근데
the
신기하다.
problem.
어떻게 구현한 거지?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we
밀어보면
just put all
네,
this
저기
behind
위에.
us and agree to just call the hole mostly
무한에 가까운 구멍.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button.
안
to walk up to the top of the hole
눌러봐야지.
and we can move on. I'll just
아무것도
be
안
up here when
누르고
you're ready.
버티고 있으면 또 달라지는 거 있나? 없나? 똑똑. 없나 부. 한 번 더.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
내가 왜?
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there
점점
than you did
짧아지나?
before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not
저
infinite.
뭔가 구멍
Well, I suppose
좀
once again,
가까워진
there's
것
nothing
같은
to do
느낌
here.
들지
If you
않아요?
decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button
또
and
해볼래.
come join me up above.
또
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes.
이상할
I'm
정도로
starting to
구멍에
become
집착하는
extremely certain that the
서터리머.
hole is not only not
뭐야,
infinite, but
점점
that it's growing steadily
짧아지고
less and
있는데?
less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability
신기하다.
and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation
야
for
빨리
the
또
uncertain nature
올려줘봐.
of the
나
hole's length.
해볼래.
Here,
또.
let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
슈.
Well, there it is.
어.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just
왜
do
구멍을
whatever it is you're
구멍을
here to do and hit the teleport button when you're
텔레포트.
ready to move on.
안 돼요.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a
설마 이
moment ago.
구멍에서
Try it
영원히
again.
안 돼. 영원히
Still nothing?
갇히는
Well,
건가?
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away
Yeah.
from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole
아니 나
have a wonderful
두고
rest
가면
of eternity together.
진짜로 갔나? 목소리 쬐깐해졌. 아니야 돌아와. 어. 집어튼다. 안 먹고. 어? 잠깐만, 키포 뭐야 이거? 모든 일시정지 버튼은 로마 숫자 2다. 2? 2시에 회의합시다. 2? 1을 누르면 뭐가 되는 줄 알았는데 아니야. 2 아무것도 안 돼요. 갑자기 뭐야 이거? 어? 레페를 눌러 시점 정도. What? G를 눌러 인식 변경? papapapapap. 치키 치키 치키. 치키 치키 치키. 치키 치키 치키. 응. 이거. 어디까지 내려가는 거지?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of
Stronger.
mine.
마인.
head's
오, 음향 효과가 뭔가 이것저것 되게 많이 늘었네. 아, 무서워. H요? 노래 다 들어보고 싶어서 눌러보고 있는데 잠깐만요. 네. 됐어 이제. 오! 우와! 강아지 너무 귀엽다. J를 눌러 나 자신을 변경. 우와. 좀 무서울지도? 오! 삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐. 갑자기 거꾸로 바닥에
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into...
야,
But we
살려줘.
can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
꿈이었던 거임.
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them.
환각의 구멍.
Stay alert, Stanley.
그러게요.
I'll be
이거
back.
이름 바꿔야 되겠네. 환각의 구멍이라고. 뭐야, 갔어 진짜로? 안 돼! 도와줘! 아니야, 나 아직 아니야, 꿈꾸기 싫어. 빨리 꺼내줘. 저거 뭐지 근데? 갑자기 로딩 창이. 나왔다.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new
초기화된 건가? 아 잠깐만 이름 바뀌었다. 거의 끝없는 구멍. 그니까요 지금 너무 궁금해요. 또 가보고 싶어요. 이제 초기화됐으니까 뭔가 바뀌었으려나? 양동이 원래 저렇게 빨갰나요? 왜요? 아, 문 닫았는데? 아, 빨간색인 거 아마 텍스처 비쳐가지고 그런 듯. 문 닫아버렸다. 다른 데도 닫혔을까? 이람 구경 가야지. 미완성 엑스포. 환불해줘! 아무것도 없잖아. 도전과제 고쳤을까? 요? 요, 안해. 아, 점프 가능한 옷. 이거 아까
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
맞아요.
Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece.
어? 아니 이거 리필을 하거나 추가로 주는 게 아니라 게임 안에서 어쩔 수 없는 건가? 남은 점프 없음 플레이어가 운다. 어떻게 알았지? 나 방금 힝 하고 울었는데. 막 눌러볼까? 진짜 안 줘? 정말로? 진심? 나 이 원에 서서 슬퍼하고 있는데 정말로 안 주나 보다. 더 없나 봐요. 돌아가. 그래, 그렇다면 간다. 다 봤나? 지도, 도전과제 봤어. 상품도 받고. 설정하기 세계 챔피언? 사무실 장식품, 에필로그, 수집 요소, 끝없는 구멍 봤어. 할로, 안녕하세요. 이거 안 갔었다.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them and then you move
연출
the
봐.
hell on with your unremarkable life.
양동이 있어요. 야, 진짜 되게 엄청 중요한 역할을 할 것 같은. 유쾌하네. 이건 좀. 하나 찾았다. 앞으로도
God,
저런
it
게
really is
있다는
the
거?
worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
설정하기 세계 챔피언. 여기? 아닌데. 다 본 것 같거든요. 제가 진짜 심각한 길치라서 지도를 잘 볼 줄 모르거든요. 그래가지고 저기 적혀 있는 거랑 그냥 똑같이 보면 되는 건가? 나는 왜 이렇게 지도 보는 게 어렵지? 몰라, 다 봤나봐. 아마도? 점프 가능원. 2층 올라가는 것도 아까 있었던 것 같긴 했는데. 야,
All right. Have
구경할
you
거
seen
많다.
everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
다 봤나? 아니 괜히 한 번 더 물어보니까 다 본 거 맞나 싶네. 어? 가방이다. 응. 응. 새로운 머그잔. 다를 게 없는데 글씨만 다른데? 새로운 머그잔.
So, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I feel it in my soul.
문 열리는 소리
It's
너무
going to
무서워요.
work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
하나,
I'll
둘,
arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
어디?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy
풍선도 내가
creating
고른
gags,
건.
but they don't add up to anything.
아닌데.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect.
원작에서
With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising
되게
conviction, this is the Stanley
저거
Parable
울트라
2.
딜럭스 내면서 고민한 흔적들이 고스란히
All right, perfect.
담기는 것
Go
같네요.
ahead. Take a look.
엄청 유머러스하게 얘기하긴 하지만 뭐야? 오 갑자기 2가 됐다고? 우와 신기해. 게임 시작? 뭔가 달라졌나?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job
뭔가
was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and
달라진 것
pushed
같기도
buttons
하고.
on a keyboard.
호잇.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in
시간
what order.
내려왔습니다.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
다 왔어. 올라? 아니 달라진 게 풍선밖에 없는데요?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
뭐야 저거?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
안심을 주는 양동이. 갑자기 친구가 생겼다. 이거 들고 그대로 가라고요? 잠깐만. 원래 새로운 컨텐츠 있다고 떴던 게 임원이었던 것 같은데. 사라졌네.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
양동이를 끌어안고 왼쪽으로 들어갔습니다. 일단 말을 들어보겠습니다. 이번엔.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office is where he'd find answers.
성사도가 양동이 들고
Oh, Stanley,
할 수 있는
can you
거
feel
있나?
it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can
청소동감이
feel that, can't you?
양동이를
The
느끼고
aura
있어요.
of jealousy. It's as clear as
원하고
day. This
있다고?
broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is
그렇지만
trying to
놔지지
say here.
않는걸.
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your
강해져야만
bucket.
해요.
This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and
청소동감이
convenient?
나의
That your life
양동이를
is
노리고
so
있군.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket
양동이와
have
함께
shared
나눴던
together.
경험.
Go through each of them
우리
point by point.
뭐 했지?
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have
우리
it.
만난 지 좀 얼마 안 돼가지고.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
이름표
No more
생겼다.
debate, no more discussion. Take our hype
하마.
broom closet with all your meandering
나 여기에 와
philosophical
있어야겠다.
diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to
거다.
broom closets in the natural order of things.
또 뭐 붙여주나?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see how you feel that it works because the sticker is also a
양동이가
bucket.
또
That
생겼네.
way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
뭔가 있어 더?
You know what? I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
안 나가. 끝인가? 스티커 붙여주고 끝인가? 헤이! 모르겠다. 나레이션은 이름이 없어. 근데 대사가 더 안 나오는 거 보면 끝이라고 생각했는데 아닌 것 같아요. 자, 나왔다.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
올라갔습니다. 올라갔습니다. 사장의 화장실.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a
모든
job well
피규어를
done.
모아도
You can't buy
부상은
that sort of
없대.
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I
이거
implore you to savor
은근히
each and every moment you come across one
되게
of these
돌려까네.
beautiful figurines.
은근히 돌려까네. 오, 아침에도 돈, 저녁에도 돈, 아침 식사로도 돈, 빠삭한 돈 머니. Wait.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
하지만 나에겐
Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
양동이가 있기
Stanley may
때문에
have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the
편안하다고.
soothing presence of the bucket.
미안해주는 양동이의
Even
존재가
now,
없었다.
in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
맞춰버렸다.
bucket guiding him?
안녕하세요.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
여기가
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
아, 나도 모르게
This,
이런 거
you know, there really
그래
must be
보상이
a
없긴
snappier
없는데
name for
되게
these. What about mini
되게
stands?
하나씩
Stanley
모이니까
figures.
기분 좀 좋네.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
스탠리 귀여워. 오 맞아요. 그냥 찾는 것만으로도 반갑고 좋은 것 같아요.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
탈출구.
Facility.
이 친구 데리고 탈출구 가면
Although this passageway had the
뭔가
word
또
escape
다른가?
written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall,
오
Stanley
대사
and the bucket
바뀌었다.
would both meet
스탠리와
a
양동이는
violent death.
북도의 끝에서 잔인한 죽음을 맞이할 곳입니다.
The door behind them
이거
was not
조금
shut. Stanley
궁금하긴
and the bucket still
했어요.
had every opportunity to
저기
turn around and get
도착해가지고
back on track.
만약에
At this point, Stanley and the
게임
bucket
종료
were
안
narrowly walking
눌렀다면
forward into a very painful death for each
과연
of them.
정말 죽었을지? 설마 아니면 양동이가 희생해주나? 스탠리 어서 도망가 라고 할지도.
As the machine
맞아요.
whirled into motion,
로딩창
Stanley and the bucket inched
있었는데
closer to
가리고
their
있어가지고.
demise. Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
양동이의 생은 끝이다. 라고. 양동이 친구 우리 살아보자.
It was a
아까랑은
shame,
달라.
the death of such a magnificent bucket.
이렇게나
It's true
아름다운
that all
양동이가
buckets are
죽다니.
radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to
뭐야?
behold.
저기 저 양동이가 있는데?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to
Oh,
take a
뭐야.
bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the
25개의
bucket is
양동이를
far
담은
more
사진으로
noble than
지금까지
Stanley
카메라로
will
찍은
ever be
양동이
in
중
his short
가장
life?
많은 양동이를 담았습니다. 이 사진을 찍은 사진가는 한 번에 이렇게 많은 양동이를 접한 행복감에 몇 주 동안 긴장성 쇼크를 겪었습니다. 아까 전에 봤을 때 여기 다른 거였었던 것 같은데 갑자기 양동이 전시회가 됐는데 을지옥 양동이. 이 작품은 을지옥 양동이의 복제품으로 중세시대 때 너무나도 강렬하고 매혹적인 힘을 가지고 있었기에 수십 개의 국가가 서로 그 힘을 차지하기 위해 전쟁을 치렀습니다. 수십억 명이 죽고 난 뒤 간단한 진실만이 남았죠. 그 누구도 양동이를 다룰 수 없다는 것을 말입니다. 내 손에 있던 양동이는 어디 갔냐고. 이건 대체 우리는 인류보다 양동이가 앞서 존재했다는 것을 알고 있지만 얼마나 오래전부터 존재해왔는지는 알 수 없습니다. 이 동물력화는 초기 인류가 양동이의 실용적인 용도를 발견한 모습을 그리고 있으며 이 시기의 양동이는 이미 몇천 년 동안 존재해왔을 것입니다. 이 벽화를 통해 어떻게 양동이가 자신과 같은 보물을 인류에게 줄 가치가 있는지를 판단한 뒤 자신을 사용할 수 있도록 허락했는지 확인할 수 있습니다. 허락을 받아야 됐던 거.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
매달린 양동이. 이 작품은 양동이와 인류 사이의 피연적인 관계를 상징적으로 보여줍니다. 아무리 양동이를 향해 진정으로 다다랐다 생각하더라도 양동이는 항상 우리 손에 닿지 않는 곳에 있습니다. 이 어쩔 수 없는 거리감은 우리 자신을 위한 것입니다. 저 양동이가 무슨 의미를 담고 있는 거지? 너에게 닿기를! 뭐야, 안 닿는다며?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with
좋아, 나
another beautiful bucket.
아무것도
We
안
can save
누른다.
the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
갔어? 피규어 탐색협회. 다시 돌아와 보르.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
살짝
simply missed
정신
the
나갈
memo.
것 같아. 회의, 피규어 탐색협회. 회의실에 있다는 걸. 우와, 스티커 그대로 붙어있네요. 대박.
Stanley
안녕?
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
이 친구들 이거 보는 엔딩도 또 다르구나. 도르마무. 잠깐. 아닌가? 뭔가 복도 좀 달라진 것 같지 않아요? 원래 이랬었나? 아니, 너무 많이 보니까 지금
Stanley pressed the bucket
내가
tightly to his
제대로
chest
보고 있는 게
and entered
맞는지
the door on his
모르겠어.
left.
아, 그래요. 저거 랜덤이구나. 가자. 이번엔 아까 전에는 탈출하는 뭐야 저거. 임무 상세. 넓은 방, 많은 상자. 피규어 위치인가 보다. 계단과 관련되어 할 일. 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가에서 게임 같은 건가요? 이걸 하는 의미가 분명 있을 거야. 총 5개가 있어. 와서 가져가. 수집 요소 넌 내 거야. 427번 직원 닮았네. 응. 전부 찾으면 보상이 있을 것이다. 거짓말! 누구야 너? 666. 분명 이 벽을 전부 청소할 필요가 있겠어. 자신을 속이지 마. 정말로 갖고 싶어. 집에 가고 싶다. 5개라고요? 그러네. 여기 적혀있는 건 6개인데? 중요한 사람을 위한 사적인 장소. 전부 다 찾아서 저 위치로 가야 되는 건가? 창고 진입 계획. 울타리를 지나갈 수 있게 일자 판자를 만들 것. 빛나는 꽃수레를 수집할 수 있게 다리를 만들 것. 창고 바닥에 있는 크리스의 유해를 회수할 것. 새롭고 구조적으로 단단한 다리를 만들 것. 창고가 어디 있는 거지? 행운을 빌어요. 완벽주의자의 직감을 믿어라. 그냥 무슨 일이 일어났는지 우리에게 말해주면 안 되나? 이 조사나 이 방이나 솔직히 겁나 의미 없어 보여. 헉. 저것들을 어떻게 찾을 것인가? 직원 나밖에 없다며 지금. 응? 떠다니는 물체, 모든 수단 동원. 4층에서 온 메모 없었음. 어떻게 그걸 봤다고 말할 수 있는가? 무엇이 저것들을 떠다니게 하는 것인가? 누가 이 사진을 찍은 것인가? 화장실 460번. 직원이 남긴 단서를 따라가라. 우린 할 수 있다. 빨간 방. 아, 오케이. 과연?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom simply because I have no
스티커.
remaining stickers.
스티커가
If I did,
남아있지
you can
않네요.
guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
이게 몇 시간
But alas,
동안 있어도 된다고
stickers.
스티커가 있다면? 하이! 끝인가봐요 이제.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
찾았었다고.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along?
오픈.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
이거 생각해보니까 올라가면 내려가는 거밖에 없는 걸까요? 버튼이 활성화가 안 되는 것 같기도 하고요. 내려가는 거 되나? 안 된다.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
자꾸
door
깜짝
of
놀래.
the mind control facility.
양동이 친구와 함께라고. 짠!
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What
여기까지는
horrible secret did this place
똑같지
hold?
않네.
Stanley
대사가
and
또
the bucket
다르네.
both wondered to themselves.
샌리와 양동이는 궁금했습니다.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
양동이가
into
울음을
tears.
터뜨렸대요.
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
양동이 친구? 안녕하세요. 쭈.
Was the
여기
bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the
아,
bucket been
진짜.
told to do things it didn't wish to do?
저 한 명
Kinds of things does a
해고된
bucket
표시
want to
있는데
do
저
or
사람은
not want
누구지?
to do in the first place?
601번인가?
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
울지마 양동이 힘내.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The
좋아.
heart of the operation.
이번엔
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or
끄지
sad
않고
or content.
켜볼 거.
Eating, working, all
아까
of it monitored and
on-off 버튼이
commanded from this
있었거든요.
very place.
온오프.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery
양동이.
would never again exert its but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for
양동이
itself?
계획이라니.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous
보자
screen.
화면에 영상이. 오,
Birds. Silly.
멍청한
Silly
새들.
birds. The control buttons became active again.
새.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true
야, 새라며
intention.
펭귄이 있는데?
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds
그래요?
imaginable. Of all
그래요?
the possible paths his life could have
그랬구나.
taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
역시 동물 영상을 보면 행복해지는 건 스탠리도 마찬가지인가? 아닌데 또 처음으로 돌아왔는데 아니 대체 내가 뭘 보고 있는 거지?
Just a step through this
Oh,
door, Stanley thought to
이것만
himself,
나간다면?
that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley
사람나무.
embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket
됐어,
tightly
저기
to
안
his...
가.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
싫어.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
근데 내가 선택한 건데 자꾸 양동이가 선택한 것처럼 말하네.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
응. 타이밍 맞게 떨어지면 저거 내려갈 수도 있으려나? 오, 그럴 수도
In
있을
here,
것 같기도
Said the
하고.
bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
어떤 방?
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will
전화를
take us
받아.
back home.
따릉.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then,
띵동.
very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
오. 양동이. 안녕 스탠리, 나야 네 양동이. 나를 데리고 일하러 같이 가려면 M을 눌러. M.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
오. 나를 데리고 함께 집으로 돌아가려면 H를 눌러. 있지.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
V를 눌러 일하러 가자. V.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
저 시끄러운 사람 말은 듣지 마. 우리를 집에 돌아가게 하려면 Q를 눌러. Q.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
H를 눌러 삶에서 나 외의 모든 것을 무시해버려. 하! 난 이제 자유야.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty
어딨지?
bucket, this sort
여기
of
있다.
shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
뭔가 광난다고 하니까 진짜 그러 보이는 것 같긴 하고. 내가 정말로 존재한다고 믿는 거지, 스탠리. T를 눌러 집으로 돌아가. T.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of
이거
transporting,
사진 뭐야?
like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
K를 눌러 나와 함께 똑같은 날을 계속해서 보내서 계속해서.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
일하러 집에 가서 일하러 집에 저게 뭔 소리야? K를 눌러 집에 가서 일하러 집에 가서 일하러 집에 가자.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No.
뭐야,
What's
이거?
going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it
양동이한테
asks. What's
프로포즈
wrong
안
with me? I don't understand.
갑자기
Perhaps if I had the
초를
bucket, this would be less
켜놨네요.
confusing. Yes.
문이
The
열리네.
bucket could
어머,
tell me what to
어머,
do in
부끄러워.
this troublesome
어머.
situation.
어머.
Stanley, give me
어머,
the
어머.
bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give
안돼
it
싫어
all.
내 거야. 뺏지 마. 다시 일하러 가 스탠리. 내 양동이 뺏긴 건가? 어머. 양동이와의 첫날 밤이라니.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
되게
meeting room.
먹여 살려야
Perhaps he
할
had simply missed a
양동이가
memo.
있어. 안녕 양동이 친구.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
마음의 평안함을 찾았다.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
중간에
to his chest.
내려봐야지,
This was not the correct way to the
이번엔.
meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
아이고.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no. Never mind. The bucket was
지금까지
wrong. Stanley took the door on his
해봤던
left
거.
to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
원래 있었나? 잠깐. 됐어. 저기 먼저 갈래. 길이 너무 많아요. 여기 아닌 것 같고. 뭐지? 이상하다. 다시 여기를 오려고 했었던 게 아니었는데 강제로 와줬네.
Stanley, we must move on
Ah,
from this broom
스티커
closet
없대.
simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase,
아,
Stanley
싫어,
and the bucket walked
내려갈래.
upstairs to the boss's office.
메롱.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between
하나 더 남은 건가?
Stanley's and Figley's. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing
그러게.
a small number
근데
in the
아까
corner of
보니까
your screen
5개
door.
남아
Wow.
있다
Let me sit on
그러던데요.
it. I'm sure it
벽에
will come to me.
적혀 있는 걸로. 한 개는 여기 오기 전에 주워놔서 그런 건가?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone
이상해.
had vanished.
계속
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
그걸 안
Maybe,
해봤다.
he thought to himself,
자.
maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source
안
of
되네.
guidance and wisdom in difficult times such
거꾸로 가면
as these.
또 뭐가 있을
He
줄
held the bucket
알았는데.
close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
내
How did
양동이가
I end up
아니었던
with
거임.
someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
뭐야, 어디
Who knows
갔어?
what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the
제
psychologically
양동이가
grounding presence of his bucket.
사라졌어요.
Indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley! It's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He
bucket.
rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the
Stanley!
next. None of them were his.
Stanley!
None of them were his special
아닌데?
bucket. Come to me, Stanley.
뭐가 내 거임?
Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the
잠깐.
only way to truly
내
restore
거는
his sanity. And then
스티커
suddenly,
붙여놨다.
he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been.
저게 뭐야?
The real bucket was inside of him all along.
내면에
It was
존재했던
incredibly
거네.
painful.
열어줘.
Stanley doubled over in agony
수많은
and
양동이.
blacked out.
이게 대체 양동이도 뭔가
This is the story of a woman named
뜻이
Mariella.
있는 건가?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and
양동이를
security, and walked to her
챙겼습니다.
place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by
아까
the
그
body of a man
엔딩에서
who had stumbled
추가된
through
거라고는
town, talking and
양동이
screaming to
하나뿐인데.
himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no
아니
bucket.
합성해 놓은 것 같아요. 저렇게
Of course,
양동이만
he told
동그라니
ranting and raving about a narrator
생각해가지고
describing
들고
all of his actions
있으니까.
and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
양동이.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life
쌉인정이지. 내 삶은
and she
겁나
backflipped
오지거든.
all the way to work.
번역하신 분 진짜 되게 센스 있게 하셨네. 다시 돌아왔다.
All of his co-workers were gone.
아,
What did it mean?
내가
Stanley decided
지금
to go to the
꿈을
meeting
꾸고
room.
있는
Stanley
건가?
picked up the bucket and smiled.
양동이를
He'd
짚고
never be
울었습니다.
alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not
그리고
the correct way to the meeting room.
안
Stanley
가봤던
had
거
felt the
뭐였지?
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee
헷갈려.
lounge was a good place to be.
점점
And here it was. Had the bucket
여기가
turned out to be
맞겠지?
correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
아까
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
맞아. 중간길로 떨어지기? 여기.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
자.
else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the
저기.
cargo lift. Good.
잘
Said the bucket.
보고.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
언제
Stanley
떨어져야?
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him,
언제
of course, because
언제
buckets can't
떨어져야
talk.
되지?
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
아,
He was firmly
아,
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
지금.
and he unthinkingly
됐다.
did whatever the bucket asked.
오. 안 열리네. 헉, 여기 처음 와봐요. 단 거. 데인저. 위험. 모든 것이 위험합니다. 응? 괜찮아. 나는 천하무적이야. 왜냐면 양동이가 있거든. 나를 믿고 응원해주는.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
어디?
Stanley,
그러네.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your
아이,
behavior
그냥
up to
열어줘.
this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not
쾅쾅.
addressed quickly and properly.
knock.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
이제 양동이만 봐도 웃길 것 같아. 어떡해.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
뭐야,
Simple enough,
저거?
right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not
이 새끼?
a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
양동이일까요? 그러게요. 반사되는 건 다르네요.
Is this a bucket?
이것은 양동이일까요? 네.
Incorrect. It is a
아니라고?
hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
이번엔
Item
맞춘다.
2. Is this a bucket?
이번엔 맞아.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
어떻게 눌러도 다 틀리다고 하는 거 아닌가 이거?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
이씨, 아니야.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
이 자식이.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
저거는 아니요.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
어.
To be honest, I
드디어
just sort of put this one in
맞았네.
here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
다음.
Is this a bucket?
아니요.
Incorrect.
아니 미쳤나봐. 저게 양동이라고? 어째서? 아니 이번에는 왜 설명도 안 해주지? 양동이를 재료로 만들었나?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
아니요.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket,
아무것도 없는
that
거
makes it
양동이가
sound like I'm
아니다.
saying everything is a
그 말은
bucket, which
그
of
모든
course
게
is not true.
양동이다.
Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley.
네.
Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
이런 심오한 질문을.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
미쿠
What is a
같은
bucket? What
존재는
isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence.
어디에도
And yet
있고
now
어디에도
I'm somewhat
없어.
adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
나는
Stanley, I
양동이인가?
can't keep doing this.
나는
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had.
아무것도 없는 게 양동이가 아니라면 나는 양동이인 건가? 나는 양동이인가?
I can't have that. I'm sorry.
나는
I'm going to
양동이인가
erase
봐.
all buckets from the game
어,
entirely.
게임 내에 있는 모든
Okay,
양동이를
here we
없앤다고요?
go.
좋아요.
What happened? Is everything gone?
어,
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
세상은 양동이었어.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And
나레이션
you, Stanley, you're
빼고는
still here. You're not a bucket either.
나도
This is
양동이가
wonderful
아니네.
news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right
아,
now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
양동이다. 양동이에 도달했어.
All of his
여긴
co-workers were
양동이야.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
양동이.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
양동이. 아니라고 했어도
Stanley
달랐을까요?
clutched the bucket tightly
당장
to his...
가봐야지.
This was not the correct way to the
세상은
meeting room.
양동이가
But Stanley
아니야.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
양동이는
that the
양동이야?
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it
세수는
was. Had the
양동이야.
bucket turned out to be correct? No.
나도
never mind.
양동이야.
The
아니야,
bucket
나는
was wrong.
양동이가 아니야.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section.
저도
and
제가
walked
무슨
straight
얘기하고
ahead to the
있는 건지
opposite
모르겠어.
door.
이것도 안 가봤었나? 양동이로 이동하고 있어.
Oh, Stanley, I'm glad you found
양동이?
your way here. I knew you'd find this
어,
place
뭐야
eventually.
이거? 양동이.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you
우린 날
very much.
아낀다고, 스탠리.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
양동이다.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter,
여긴
Stanley.
양동이야.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of
아가
their favorite
양동이,
jokes,
아내
not this
양동이.
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
청소도구함. 아, 마음이 안정적해지는 것 같아. 아. 여기가 내가 있어야 할 곳이다. 양동이. 뭔가 더 있을 줄 알았는데 없나 봐요. 이건 뭐지? 연필깎이인가? 깜짝아. 아까 양동이. 일단 이 바닥에 노란색 선 달아가 보는 걸로. 엄청 많다. 깜짝.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
아.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
뭔가를 포기해야 한다. 어둡지 마, 제발. 뭐지, 공포 게임 스러운 연출은?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
양동이를
That's why
없애야
I'm very
된다고요?
proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
안 돼!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to
안
me
돼!
it already feels as
양동이는
though it's been part of the
양동인데.
cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely
그럴
you
순
don't need me to spell it
없어.
out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
안 돼, 양동이는. 차라리 날 데려가.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't
안
know what the
된다.
bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket
자세히
Destroyer, you
살펴본다면?
would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
안 돼.
Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the
도망가자,
fans,
우리.
Stanley. Give the fans what
양동이.
they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
양동이를 살리는데 제 양동이 분쇄기가 터진 것 같은데요, 아마도? 그런 거 아니야? 안 넣어가지고 양동이 분쇄기가 폭발을 벌였나 보다. 미안, 양동이 분쇄기.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
왜
They won't be
감동적인
all
거
just
같지?
laugh and laugh at the
저도
time I thought everyone had gone missing.
살짝 감동했을지도.
Where are
안녕!
we going today? The bucket asked.
오늘은 어디
Stanley
갈
just
거니?
smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
미안해, 양동이.
Stanley
이번엔
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
다른
and
엔딩을
entered
보자.
the door on his left.
양동. 아, 헷갈린다. 점점 어디까지 했었는지.
Coming to a
내려가는 거
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
했었지. 여기 아닌데. 여기는 아까 왔었다. 이제 선택지는 사장실로 가는 거.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing
비밀번호
presence of the bucket.
까먹었어요.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth that Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck? Was it the bucket knew all along? Or was the
헷갈렸다.
bucket guiding him?
너무 많이 해가지고
Yes,
정신이
this is
아득해져
certainly the
버린
most
거임.
logical explanation.
행동이 올라가기? 안 올라가지는데? 선택지가 굉장히 엄청나게 많구만. 이거
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
만약 불이 켜진다면 914번에 전화하세요. 즉시. 저것도 뭔가 뜻이 있는 건가? 914.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the
다시
number
돌아가서
3
숫자
again.
3 버튼 눌러보고
Bucket
싶대.
said nothing.
3. 뭔가 뜻이 있는 건가? 3. 아니 나 원래 있었던 맵이었죠? 깜짝깜짝 놀라네. 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button.
3.
He took the bucket over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the... After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3
어떻게 알았지?
again and again.
나레이션 너무 신기해요. 더 있어? 그치만 3 누르는 걸로는 뭔가 더 없는 것 같은데? 나갈 수 있나? 문 잠겨서 못 나가요. 3. 어이. 아닌가 보다. 아까 정신이 아득해지네. 여보기? 다시 내려가면 뭔가 또 다르다던가?
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
3을 왜 이렇게
A
좋아하지?
hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
0914.
Mind Control Facility.
0914? 돌려보내줘라.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all. only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the
낙담한 채
elevator.
엘리베이터로 돌아갔습니다. 아니야, 포기하지 말아봐. 뚜뚜뚜. 뚜뚜뚜뚜. 응? 됐어, 돌아가. 엘리베이터.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear
기분
friend.
탓인가?
Surely there was a solution,
엘리베이터
mustn't there
내려가는
be?
속도가 느려진 것 같아요. 대사 있는 구간이라서 그랬나?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
이 친구
Facility.
은근 번거로운 친구네. 올라갑니다. 3333 포기를 몰라야 볼 수 있는 거야. 뭘 해야 할지 알겠어.
I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press
기자회견을
where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing
3333에
the
계속
number
누르는
3
일과
over
관련된
and
모든
over.
사안을
He would
얘기할 수 있고.
elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the
심오하네
bucket would be
내용이.
able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of
뭔가
Stanley's.
되게
And it would be through the public
개그
eye
요소를
that the
넣어서
bucket would
철학적인
finally understand Stanley's work.
철학적임을 담은 것 같은데.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and
글을 향해
rehearsing it
집중.
until it couldn't be refined a single measure
무대에서
further.
라이브 스탠리래.
When the
아이
big day
부끄러워.
arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been
세상에서 가장
for
건강한
anything in
인간,
his
모든
life.
비밀이 밝혀진다. 이렇게 만들었습니다. 피라미드. 생중계 화성에 간 남자. 오. 응? 아 귀여워. 저녁에 함께하는 세상 평온한 아기. 근데 이 게임 진엔딩이라는 게 있는 게임인가요? 하다 보니까 되게 사람마다 엔딩이 이게 진엔딩이다라고 생각하는 것도 다를 것 같은데. 그에게 궁금한 걸 물어보세요. 세계 최초의 지각력이 있는 기계. 냐? 대왕자람. 위대한 알렉산더 대왕과 대화를 나눈다. 응. 무대로 3. 사실 그래서 언제 끝내야 될지 모르겠어. 너무
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket
어떤
over.
게 엔딩인지를
One
모르겠어서.
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
사이칠 427 오 3 축하해 스탠리 잘 됐다고 모르는 척하기 없기다. 오! 이게 행복 아닌가? 나 지금 되게 유명해진 거 아니야? 보니까 막 베스트셀러 책을 낸 거 같은데. 다시 셋 또다시 셋 스탠리의 이야기. 3에 대한 집착으로 성공했나 보네. 3 피자를 개발한 바로 그 남자. 대중과 함께 피자를
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. there would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any
대화가
sense of real
줄어드는
respect between them had
순간부터가
eroded since
관계의
that day at the press
적신호인데 나
conference.
양동이랑
There would be no more
소원해졌어.
games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
안녕, 양동이 친구. 사랑했어. 배드엔딩이네. 양동이 친구와 소원해지고 우린 더 이상 대화를 나눌 수 없는
Already this was uncomfortable,
사이가
and
되어버린
Stanley
거야.
decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
우리 다시 시작해.
A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. A
제로부터
bucket of
시작하는
culture
거야.
and distinction.
이번엔
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
성공해보자.
his chest and entered the door on his left.
왼쪽 피규어 찾는 거. 자, 위치를 좀 봐야겠어. 넓은 방, 많은 상자. 넓은 방에 많은 상자. 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가에서. 모르겠다. 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가에서. 빨강과 파랑. 빨강, 파랑.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
(3333) 엔딩은 해피 엔딩이 없는 건가 봐. 거까요? 아이, 나와봐. 빨강과 파랑. 여기 빨강과 파랑인데 이제 극한의 화장실 뭐야 이거. 극한의 화장실.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
따라봐야지.
indication of any human life.
화장실.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
책상 위에
Nor in his
숫자?
bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was
없잖아.
2845.
2845 2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
응, 어디 있는 거야?
Yes, this is certainly the most logical
빨강과
explanation.
파랑 쪽에 있다 그랬단 말이죠. 양동이 친구, 넌 알고 있지? 빨강과 파랑. 상자가 많고 넓은 곳. 또 있었는데 아까 얘기하는 것 중에. 자, 번쩍할 거야. 놀라지 마.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
탈출구.
Control Facility.
저기는 그 이렇게 찌부대는 그런 거 있었던 데였고, 여기 반짝
The lights rose
아까는
on an enormous room packed with television screens.
연결을
What
안
horrible secret
끊었었단
did this place
말이죠.
hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
온 했었는데 이제 오프 해봐야지.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videoed. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley
아니요, 죽지 않았어요.
Stanley and the
근데
bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit,
뭐야,
and so
잘못 누른
eventually
거였는데.
they decided that the best thing to do would be to
아래에서
simply
편히
get
지내는 게
comfortable down
상책이라고?
here.
양동이
So they
친구가
set up a little
살려줬다.
couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
보이는 게 없는걸요? 오!
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
샌드위치도
But it
만들 수
wasn't
있는
until the
친구였네.
rugs and the standing
갑자기 내 집 마련.
lamps that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there.
이제
Never been
저희
able to unearth
동네는
the many mysteries of the mind
관심
control
바뀐
facility.
건가? 이거 조금
This
그거
lack
같다.
of closure
우물한
began to
개구리.
eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley
왜?
became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was
대단하다,
going
근데.
back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I
맞아.
need to do what the narrator says.
난
I need to
진엔딩을
see
봐야만
the true
한다고.
ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
저러고 마무리되는 건가?
All of his
배드
co-workers were
엔딩도
gone. What could it mean?
엔딩이겠죠?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
이 친구와의 포옹이란
A weathered companionship that stands the
변치
test
않을
of
우정
time.
말도 안
Stanley
돼.
clutched the bucket
난
tightly to his
봤어.
chest
변하는
and
거.
entered the door on his left.
여기? 이 수집 요소들은 다 모으고 싶단 말이죠. 시드라이브. 시드라이브 들어가서 단서, 내 단서. 저 탭을 보면은 위치가 나오는 건가, 설마? 그럴 리는 없겠지?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
산으로
to the boss's
올라가?
office.
안 돼요. 아직 조금만 더 헤매보고 진짜 막히면은 그때 SOS 하겠습니다. 닫혀있네. мяу. 대박! 여기 원래 안 열렸었는데? 비즈니스 전략. 종이가 빛나고 있어. 뭐야 이거? 띵동. 띵동. 그러네. 지금 가만히 들어보면은 스탠리 이러면서 노래 부르고 있어요. 딴딴딴딴 원, 투, 쓰리, 포. 뭔데 이거? 저거 타고 어디 이동할 수 있는 거 아니었어? 피아노.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
아니라고.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even
위안을
now, in
주는
his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
양동이가
pierce the dark
최고야.
clouds of confusion and
난 이제
chaos.
양동이와
It would be with
함께라면
him always.
무서울 게
The
없어.
bucket would.
맞아.
And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice that. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket
아직
knew all along?
뭔가
Was the bucket
못 간
guiding
맵이
him? Yes,
있을 수도
this is
있을 것
certainly the
같아요.
most logical explanation.
어디 갔지? 약했냐고요? 아니요. 양동이 친구랑 잘 놀고 있는데요. 오, 그니까 여기 분기는 다 본 건가?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
이거
read Mind Control Facility.
탈출구는 봤다. 오픈. 맞아, 여기 아직 안 본 거 하나 있어요, 하나.
The lights rose on
Right.
an enormous room
Right.
packed with television screens. What
Next,
horrible
next.
secret did this place hold?
다음.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
후후. 호잇.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone
깨진
in the
건
office
뭘까?
was being
저기 보면은
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
몇이더라?
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled
되게
it gently,
지글지글 돼 있는 데
reassuring
있던데.
it
어,
that
저기다.
everything would be fine.
234번. 왜일까?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to
601번은
do?
해고됐나
What
봐.
kinds of things does a bucket want to do
무슨
or not
잘못을
want to do
했길래?
in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket
가자,
tighter.
양동이.
His one
세상을
friend
구할
in the entire
시간이다.
world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
좋아.
But here was the proof. The heart of the
믿음직해.
operation.
혼자가
Controls
아니라서
labeled with emotions, happy
뭐든 할 수
or
있을 것
sad
같아.
or
어, 저,
content. Walking, eating,
잠깐.
working, all of it monitored and
저거 원래
commanded from
있었던
this
건가?
very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery
원래
would
있었던 거.
never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the
정신집에
controls for good.
비가동 중.
Two
명령화
best
대기
friends,
중.
Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
됐어.
They
끝나.
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down
우리
the system.
힘내보자, 양동이. 오,
Stanley and the bucket
이러면
waited in blackness.
양동이랑 같이
Was it over?
탈출하고 끝 아니려나?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket
자유야!
had defeated their greatest and darkest
이제
enemy.
양동이
Freed themselves from the
친구랑
tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie,
영화를
but then
보고
stop it
싶었습니다.
halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together. with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
혼자 왔을
This
때랑
building did
다르네요.
not want the bucket to leave.
양동이는 안 돼!
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
양동이
Needed the
데리고 나갈
soothing
수가
warmth
없다고?
of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
왜?
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my
양동이는
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
양동이에요.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
양동이는 모든 것이야.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
달라?
it mean?
양동이.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
열리는 곳이 없네. 양동이는 모든 것이야. 다 왔다.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
어디로 가야
and
되지?
entered the door on
오프했어.
his left.
넓은 방 많은 상자.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
저는 이거에 대한 비밀이 너무 알고 싶어요. 뭐지 이게? 기다리면 이동이 되는 거려나? 뭔가 아니면은 그 있었는데 코나미 커맨드? 처럼 저 방향키 눌러야 하는 거? 그런 거 있을 수도 있을 것 같기도 하고. 따단딴 스탠리 양동이 친구. 점프도 안 돼. 루트. 자, 잠깐 찾아볼래요. 아니면 여러 번 해야 되는 걸지도. 저거 원래 저랬었나? 팬더 머리에 총 겨누고 있네. 빰빠바밤빰빰 빰빠바밤빰. 이번엔 역으로 해봐. 빠바밤빰빰빰빰빰빰. 빰빠바밤빰빰빰빰빰. 마지막. 빰빠바밤. 아, 이거 엔딩 같은 거 몇 개 봤는지 체크해 놓을 수 있으면 체크해 놨을 텐데 아쉽다. 지금 도전까지 살짝 컨닝해 보고 있거든요. 업데이트가 안 된 것 같기도 하고. 투스데이. 투스데이에 플레이하면 얻는 게 있는 건가? 오, 스피드런. 업적으로 봐서는 알기 좀 힘들겠네. 화요일 내내 게임 플레이 24시간 플레이요? 가만히 세워놓는 거라도 돼요? 아니 뭐 만약에 그것도 된다고 치면은 켜두고
Stepping into
해도
his
되니까.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to
기다려. 다시 할래. 24시간 방송하자고요?
all his co-workers had gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Stanley.
not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is
Stanley.
a very lucky fellow. Very
정신
lucky
나갈 것
indeed.
있어봐. 자, 이만치 했지.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
왼쪽문은 다 본 것 같아. 오픈하는
This was
것까지
not the
봤단
correct way
말이죠.
to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
아까
telling
어떻게
him that
했었지?
the employee
헷갈린다
lounge
이제
was simply
슬슬.
the place to be.
엄청 많이
And here it was. Had the
해가지고.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
아까
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
그래.
No,
여기.
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
중간에
Yes, go
내리는
there.
거는
Go
갔고.
to the cargo lift. Good.
갔던가?
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's
갔었나?
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
방.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
기억해. 어두운 방. 여기서
Now pick up the phone.
아까는
said the
전화를
bucket.
받았지만
Pick up the
이번엔
phone.
코너를 뽑는다.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the
메롱메롱
phone? Were you
뽑아버렸지롱.
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
말하는 양동이.
Can't you see? Oh,
만약에
goodness.
진짜
I must have really
사람이
bungled
쓰는
up the delivery
물건들이
if you actually took me
실제로
seriously.
말할
Where
수
did I mess up the
있었으면
joke?
진짜
Should I have
무서웠겠다.
paused for longer or spoken
나는
quicker? Comedic timing is so
그
difficult.
예전에 짤
I wish
중에
I were
그거
better
봤던
at
것
it,
같아요.
but there
키보드?
isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully. Oh wait, yes there is.
많이
It's sitting
눌리는
right here. Let's
키보드는
take a look.
막 되게 힘들어하고 많이 안 눌리는 키보드는 막 구석에서
What is
휴식하고
comedic
있던데.
timing?
뭐야?
What is
이것도 바뀌었네.
comedic timing? How does
타이밍.
it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised
조금씩
straight
하면서
upward at a 15-degree
느끼는 건데.
angle from your body.
뭔가
These are the
고정관념에
optimal
대한
conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the
비판을
joke, start by
담은
stating and
게임인
spelling
것
your name.
같기도
Next, provide a
하고요.
brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your
본인의
name a second
감상이나
time.
생각이
With
아니라
these steps
타인의
complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire
평가들과
joke
그런
in no
거에
more than
휘둘리는
18
거에 대한
seconds
걸
and no less than 13 and a half,
비판하고
pausing only
싶은
for
걸까?
bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible
농담이었습니다.
voice, I'm Dunny with the funny. Let's practice screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny now.
아니 농담은 끝났으니 다람쥐.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, your audience is doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
여기서도 분기점 있나 보네. 이제 못 떨어지게.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
되게 신기해요.
Bucket, you'll say, how
이제
ridiculous.
돌만한 거 다 돌았나 하고 봤는데 뭔가 연결되는 게 또
The
있고.
king of comedy. That's what you'll call me.
Comedy.
Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now?
또 막혔다.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
여기? 다쳤다. 잘 기억해야 돼. 내가 선택한 것들을. 그래야 또 안 겹치고 갈 수 있다.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors,
왼쪽
they entered the
문으로
door on the left.
들어갔습니다.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right.
아,
leading
돌았나?
back to the phone.
전화기가 있는
Did you
곳으로
not even
가려면
look at the
오른쪽으로 가야
instructional
돼.
video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done.
떨어져.
The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
왼쪽으로
I'm going to be
가라며.
ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because
다르다.
you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
오른쪽으로 가랬다. 나띵? 아무것도 없는데?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
영상.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you...
달라졌다.
all of your other most prized possessions
저기 있다.
pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No?
크레딧 나오는 거 보니까 이것도 엔딩이라면 엔딩이려나?
Pale with shame.
아까랑
Pale
비슷한데
with
다르네요.
shame.
지금은 통을
Pale.
들고 있고.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
이런 것도 처음임? 뭔가 되게 깨운하게 끝나는 엔딩이 없네. 뭔가 다 갔다가 다시 처음으로 돌아오고.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
그러니까요.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
엔딩 하나만 더 찾아볼까? 아니, 원래 크레딧 나오는 거 하나 보고 싶어가지고 보고 있었는데 아직 숨겨진 요소가 많다는 게
Stanley clutched
진짜
the
너무
bucket tightly
신기하네.
to his chest
오른쪽.
and entered the door on his left.
아닌데 왼쪽으로 갔었나? 맞나? 왼쪽 여기.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
아닌데 오른쪽으로 갔어야 됐었던 것 같은데.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
여기서 볼
He
수 있는
considered the
엔딩 딱 하나
possibility of facing
남았다고요?
his boss, admitting he had left his post during
어쩌지?
work hours. He might be
드디어
fined for that. And in
SOS
such a
타이밍인가?
competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the
여기는
bucket in his arms.
이쪽은 더 볼 거
He
없는
asked
거
the bucket.
맞죠?
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. And that's true.
돌아가. 다시 시작.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
엔딩 딱 한
where
개만 더
Stanley
봐야
cradled the bucket
되겠다.
in a gentle embrace.
정신 나와버릴 것 같아.
Assertive, yet
스탠리 자면서도 생각날 것 같아요. 스탠리 피규어만 모으고 끝내자고.
Stanley clutched the bucket
피규어
tightly to his chest
보는
and entered the
루트에도
door on his left.
엔딩 뭔가 볼만한 거 있으려나? 오 어느 쪽으로 가야 되나요? 이번에 좀 도움 요청을 받아야 되겠다. 찾기가 너무 힘들 것 같아. 좌우
This was
오른쪽
not
밥
the correct
먹는
way to the
손.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
파랑
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting
화물
room?
창고
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. No,
화물
never
창고
mind.
화물
The
창고
bucket was wrong.
화물 창고 기억하고 있나?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
이거는
meeting room.
회의실. 화물 창고가 여기잖아요, 그쵸? 화물 창고.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
화물
else. The cargo
승강기에서
lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
양동이 들고 뛰어내리면 어떻게 되지? 한 번만.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
이거 그거랑 비슷한 거 아닌가? 가질 수 없다면 부숴버리겠어. 여긴데? 어디지? 어디에서 전화벨 소리 들리는데 상호작용이 되는 전화기가 없어요. 여기 아닌데? 여기. 이러면 또 멀어지고.
Stanley's bucket.
뭐지?
The only
여긴데,
co-worker he
여기.
would ever truly need.
응?
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it.
대체 양동이는
Yeah,
뭘까?
I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while.
양동이.
Oh, sorry, what was I saying?
세상의
Oh
모든
yeah, have a
것들이
nice day at work. I'll be here
양동이래.
at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
네, 땡큐. 가자. 양동이. 화물 창고까지. 뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜. 은유적인 표현일 것 같기는 해요.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley
약간
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
양식?
the employee lounge
이런
was simply the
그런
place
건가?
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no.
영어
never
관용
mind.
표현으로 마음의
bucket was
양식
wrong.
그릇 같은
Stanley
느낌이던데.
took the door on
오,
his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
실수했다. 창고로 가야 되는데 잘못 눌러버렸다.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
어,
mean?
아니
Stanley
진짜
decided
이게
to go to the
하루가
meeting room.
반복이
Is
엄청 여러 번
Stanley
되니까
without the
까먹어요.
bucket
막
really Stanley at
내가
all?
오른쪽을 먼저
No,
갔던가
surely not.
이러고.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to
그래서
the meeting room.
기억나 이제.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
되게
be.
해석을
And here it
알고 싶은
was.
게임
Had the
중에
bucket
하나네.
turned out to be correct?
예전에
Was no.
그
Never mind. The bucket was
했었던
wrong.
게임 중에서
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
그거
room.
생각나요. No라고 말하는
Said
거.
the bucket.
Say
Don't go to
no였었나?
the meeting
No.
room. Go somewhere else. The
Say
cargo
no
lift,
more
yes.
이라는
Go there.
게임이었던 듯.
Go to the cargo lift.
어디로 가나요 이제?
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
Ah.
up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how
잠깐만,
this
나
bucket was
저기-
speaking to him. It should
이미
have alarmed him,
타버렸는데.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not
근데
to think
저거-
about this obvious fact. He was
잠깐만,
firmly convinced
보니까
that the bucket had
저
spoken to
어떻게
him,
지나가요?
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
저기 내려갈 수가 없는 것 같은데? 떨어질 수 있다고요 저기를? 미안 다시 올게. 다시
Already,
아무
this was
일도 없었던
uncomfortable,
것처럼.
and Stanley decided that as
오!
soon as he found a new space, he felt
안녕,
safe in.
양동이.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all
이름
buckets
지어주고
everywhere.
싶다.
This
스탠리
adventure he
말고
decided was for
스탠리는
all.
내 이름이니까
Stanley clutched the
너
bucket
짐 해,
tightly
짐.
to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
윌슨 하자고요.
Stanley had felt the bucket
윌슨.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
양동이의
place to be.
이름은
And here it was. Had the
융이야.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go
1등.
there. Go to the
안 보여.
cargo lift.
1등 아빠라고 적혀 있었던 그건가 보다. 오, 저긴 거 같은데? 오, 오, 안 떨어졌어. 이건 뭐지? 안 돼, 나 피규어 안 가지고 왔단 말이야. 괜찮아. 그래도 호기심을 참을 수가 없었어요. 저는 저는 자유의지가 엄청난 생물 아닐까요? 공략을 알려줘도 그대로 따르지 않는다. 나는 나만의 길을 가지. 이게 어떻게 보면 말 더럽게 안 듣는 건데 어떻게 보면은 또 그 고정관념에서 난 플레이를 한다고 긍정적으로 볼 수도 있지 않으려나? 원래 장점과 단점은 종이 한 장 차이랬어. 응. 중고 샵 252.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket,
또 양동이 너야?
less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
양동이 그것은 희열.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest.
저 정도면 양동이에 대한 집착인데 집착.
It doesn't make sense.
양동이.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so
양동이.
differently when this
아까
bucket
마음의
is
양식이라고
in my arms.
그랬었었나?
Why everything
마음의
feels so.
양식이라고 생각하고 양동이를 마음의 양식이라고
What do I
생각하며
do with this
들고 다닌다고
treasure?
생각하면은
I can,
이해되는 것 같기도 하고.
I can monetize it.
어?
Yes.
뭘-
It's
뭘?
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden
양동이
ticket.
돼요?
But I have to be careful because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
What?
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get. What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
감보라타가 뭔데? 감보라타. 미친불이랑 양동이 중에 누가 더 무섭냐고요? 미친불. 돌아왔어.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
사무실 구조를
It was only a matter of time
손바닥처럼.
before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
깨고 있대.
What new mysteries lay in store for our
이씨, 오른쪽,
bucket-loving
오른쪽,
heroes
기억해,
today? Let's
오른쪽.
find out.
Right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
좋아.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was
저는
there-
무엇보다
Never
여기 있는
mind.
사람들이 다
Bucket
어디
was
갔는지
wrong.
너무 궁금해요.
Stanley took the door on his left.
다
to go
어디로
back to the meeting
사라져버린
room.
거지? 자,
No, said the bucket.
이거
Don't go to the
여기로
meeting room.
가서
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
여기.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
찾았다.
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the
마지막
first
거.
number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them.
하나만
And
더
now
찾으면
we
돼.
have them all. You can't go back to when you had
도와줘,
no
테스
Figler
찬스.
and Marines. None of us can.
테스 찬스. 재시작 감사합니다. 이거 근데 조장이 된 거예요? 그냥 저 상태에서? 그런
All of
건가
his
보다.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
와, 양동이 들지
Stanley
말고
decided
안
to
된
go to the meeting room.
곳에서도
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
생기는구나. 잘 있어, 양동이. 난 갈게. 오른쪽. 저게
When Stanley came to a
양동이는
set of two open doors, this was not the
울트라
correct way to the meeting
디럭스
room, and Stanley knew
추가되고
it
추가된
perfectly well.
시스템인
Perhaps
듯?
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
그쵸? 쭈쭈쭈쭈쭈쭈쭈.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
첫 번째 문으로 들어가는 척 했다가 가기.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years
Okay.
ago.
그리고 이번에는 아!
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
말 안
I'm not
들을
your
거야.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
그리고 저
all this time.
카드로 열릴 것
There's
같은
someone
문도
you've
좀
been
되게
neglecting,
궁금하다.
Stanley. Someone
간다,
you've
간다.
forgotten about.
여기.
Really?
됐다.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
아, 그렇구나.
Let me
여기
prove that I'm on your side.
진행 못했었던
Give me
게
a chance.
양동이 가지고 와서 진행 못했었던 거였죠. 그렇네. 들어왔다.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
찾음.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Wiggly.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is
뭐
doing
주나?
something just for the sake of doing.
아니 은근히
Where
기대하게
so many
되네
people
저게.
expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be
쉽지만-
like a reward, and we can't have that.
예.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to
뭐,
whatever the hell you were doing before you
다
hunted for
모았으니깐-
figurines.
그치? 다 모은 걸로 보상이라고 보면 되지 않으려나? 네, 도전 과제도 안 떴어요. 진짜 정말 아무것도 안 줘요. 아무것도. 진짜 아무것도 안 준다는 그 말과 같이 정말
Well, thank
아무것도 안
God you
줘.
are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be
재밌다.
happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always
빨간
trying
문
to get
먼저 왔다.
somewhere that
빨간
isn't
문.
here.
빨강.
Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
잠시만.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think,
빙글빙글
well, I think I have a
돌아가는
solution.
융이의
Here,
하루.
let me show you.
왼쪽 봤으면 파란색도 봐야 되는데.
What do we
우리
want?
파란색도
What are we
보고
looking for?
마무리하자. 너무 궁금하다. 이게 뭐야?
Yes.
갑자기
Oh,
우주까지?
it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
싫어. 뭐야 여기?
No, wait. Where are you going?
미론가 오른손. 아니다.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If
싫어,
you hurt
싫어,
yourself,
싫어,
if
싫어.
you die, the game will reset.
싫어, 싫어,
We'll lose
싫어,
all
싫어.
of this.
계단 가지 말라 해도 갈 거야. 싫어.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
설마 이거 엔딩이 뛰어내리는... 난... 아니야, 위험해.
No! Oh,
살았다.
thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why
처음으로
are you doing
돌아간
this?
파란문 엔딩 보러 가야지.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
또!
Can you do that for me?
포기하지 않겠다.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
뭔가 근데 이동 속도 좀 느려진 것 같아요.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that
뭔가
was too much to
신기하네.
ask.
대사가 계속
It looks like you wanted to make a choice
생기니까.
after all. Well, this one is yours.
맡길게요. 맡긴다고 하니까 또 안 하고 싶네. 아니. 하지 말아달라고 해야 되는데. 슈! 차!
Is it over?
어?
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
오, 진짜 돌아왔어.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
네. 다음으로 넘어왔을 땐 이야기해도 괜찮을 것 같기도 하고요. 스탠리가 수집 요소를 발견했을 때 기억 회상 중. 뭐지? 뭔가 추억의 공간이 달라졌나? 공간. 여기도 새로 생긴된 것 같기도 하고.
Here's where it all began.
태초로부터
The first
시작된다.
Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how
맞아,
could we
이거.
know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
뭐야? 뭔가 이상해요. 저장의 화장실?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You
뭐야?
found this one all on your own.
6개
Just by poking
넘었는데?
around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest.
응.
Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But
내
you continued to
고정관념이
surprise me in all sorts of
와장창해지고 있어.
mundane, unremarkable ways.
정확히 숫자가 막 딱 떨어져서 있는 게 아니라니. 화장실 계단 아래.
Okay, let's do a
계단 아래
little quiz.
먼저 가야지.
Which of these rooms
잠깐만.
was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
세 번째로 찾았던 곳 기억하냐고요? 사장실인가? 기억이 잘 안 나는. 맞았다.
It was here behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You
다행이다.
picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all,
놀랄 일은
science
아니긴
tells us
하죠.
that it's impossible to forget your third time doing
세
anything.
번이나 한 일을 잃어버릴 순 없대, 과학적으로. 난
Let's see,
잃어버리는데.
what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
강제로 기억 조작당한 건가? 여기를 와본 적이 없는데? 차가. 에? 응? 저기. 여기도 와본 적 없는데? 아닌가?
This was the
아니야,
fifth
여기
mini
와본 적
stand, and
있어.
this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so
아닌데?
clearly.
나 여기
In
와본
fact,
적
because this one is
있어?
particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
영상 너무 촌스러워. 아니 진짜 이거 무비메이커 수준인데요, 퀄리티가. 와, 뭐야 이거. 내가 찾은 순간 찍어놓은 거야. 뭔가 내 손발이 오그라들어. 만드는 편지 음악 전부 다 만들었대.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
맞나 여기가? 뭐지? 저기 지금 B구역 열려있는 거 보니까 저기로 가는 건지 아니다 여기 내려가는 건가 보다. 떨어져서 죽을 뻔했네.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final
그래,
figurine,
여기였다.
right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
이제 여기서 고르면 되는 건가? 빨강은 가봤었으니까 상관없구나. 둘 다 똑같은 거였구나. 당신은 지금 현재에 있습니다. 그쵸? 현재에 있죠?
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
와, 이거 좀 심오했다. 되게
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here to keep enjoying these figurines?
이제 로딩창에서도
Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
추억의 공간을 거꾸로 The past. 나 어느 문에서 나왔지?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue door. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial
저 다
tour of the
기억하고
memory
있는지
zone,
모르겠어요,
this one
근데.
is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
오케이. 틀리면 뭔가 스토리 달라지려나? 그래, 여기까지
And
왔고.
here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
싫어. 그만 보여줘. 야, 그래도 빨리 감기로 보여주네.
I love that video.
여기? 나 이거 어디로 들어왔는지 기억 안 나는데? 여기였나?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
모르겠어. 슉.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know,
자,
if there had been any kind of
16.
reward for finding all of these,
하나
it
더
really
남은
would have
건가?
muted
아니다,
the
두 개.
intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. Next one. 화장실. 계단 아래? 여기가 아닌가? 여기? 화장실.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember?
두
Yes, I
번째?
remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to
순서대로
leave it?
가야
Keep
되나
going.
봐요.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories,
나가는
Stanley.
곳.
I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
거기로 와줬다. 점프! 리필 해줬나요? 혹시?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were
안
originally
해줬네.
sold on. I remember having it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
더 많은 추억. 여기?
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
같은 문인가? 맞네.
And before everything else, there was your office.
완전 최초의 기억으로 돌아왔.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your
그러기
office?
이전에?
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley
양동이
one
같은
more run of the
존재였던
office,
걸까요?
and then I'll retire him for good.
나레이션
I did
볼게.
enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
이거 뭔가 오프닝이랑 좀 이어지는 것 같다 방금. 양동이 같은 존재였나 본데요? 또
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like.
커피 빈밖에 못 들었어. 잠깐만 근데 깜짝아.
This is a bucket.
스탠리 소리 없는 것처럼 느껴져가지고 그런 줄.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
맞다.
his
이거
chest.
양동이 들고 있으면 파란 문 못 들어가지. 맞네. 본능적으로 들었네. 저와 이제 양동이는 뗄래야 뗄 수 없는 뗄래야 뗄 수 없는 사이가 된 게 분명해요. 이 정도면 거의 햄버거 먹는데 콜라 사이다 음료는 필수인 것처럼 마치 그런 거지. 내 중요한 친구가 돼버렸어.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
중간으로
Perhaps he wanted to
내려가기.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business,
이 정도면
Stanley
엔딩
took
몇
the
개 본
first
거예요,
open door
근데?
on his left.
반 정도는 본 건가요?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
거기
difficult,
맞나?
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've
그거
forgotten
뭐지?
about.
아직
Please.
발견 안 된.
I was in the middle of
아직
something.
발견
You
안
have
된
zero
엔딩도
consideration for
있을
others.
수도
Are
있을
you
것
that
같기도
convinced that I want something
하던데.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this,
여기
but I
맞나요?
really do want to help
맞아.
you, to show you something beautiful.
엄청 많아요,
Let me
사실.
prove it.
파란
Let me
문.
prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
오픈
Now listen
오픈.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
슈슈슈. 파랑.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red
파랑.
door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
아 싫어.
Stanley walked through the red door.
싫어.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
오.
Do you see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically
저쪽에 하나
for
더
you?
있는데.
Do you not think
보내줘.
I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
저기도
Help me
있다.
here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
굉장히
Go
고르고
ahead,
싶다.
Stanley. Take it for a spin.
근데 여기서 또 1, 2, 3번 이것도 또 분기점이겠지? 그치만 이걸로 가봐야지. 이번엔 말 들어주지.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
당신의
Would you say
경험에
that the
대한
game
평가를
benefited from allowing you
남겨주세요.
more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
선택지가 많아진 거에 대한 평가? 난 좋았는데.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well,
뭔가가
it's
자뻑하니까
instinct
갑자기
mostly,
재수없어서
a
1점 주고
calling in your
싶네.
gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
경쟁표. 알고 계셨나요? 플레이어 중 21.3%만이 인트로를 스킵했다는 것을. 경쟁 시스템 별로 좋아하지는 않는데 저는 사실 PVP 컨텐츠나 그런 거 별로 안 좋아하는 이유가 왜 안 넘어가죠? 갇혔다. 이거 버그인가요? 버그예요? 안돼! 안돼, 여기까지 왔는데 버그가 걸린다고? 이씨. 한 번만 더 본다. 이씨.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
뭐지? 버그 엔딩이 아니었을 수도 있겠는데요? 아 그래요? 첫 멘트 랜덤이에요? 깜짝 놀랐어. 다시보기 눌렀는 다시 하는 거 눌렀더니
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
파란문
by the
엔딩 보고
employee lounge
싶어.
first, just to admire it.
버그 나지 마 제발.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions.
화면이
it's
너무
incredible he
허전해요.
wasn't
원래
5 years
양동이
ago.
친구가 있을 때는 내 오른쪽을 가득
Look, Stanley, I think
채워주는
perhaps we've gotten off
고마운
on the wrong
친구였는데
foot
내
here.
오른쪽이
I'm not
비어
your
있어.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can
벌써
be difficult.
익숙해져
But the fact
버렸나
is that
봐요.
the story has been about nothing but you
난
all this
이제
time.
양동이가
There's
없는
someone
곳에서
you've been
살아갈 수
neglecting,
없어.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
돌려줘.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
문 열어.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
샌디는 빨간 문으로 들어갔습니다. 싫어요.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
파랑.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating
헤헤헤
properly.
파랑.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out
이젠
there? You want to
버그
find out what lies at the end of this
없으면
road
좋겠다.
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's
여기까지
nothing here.
없죠?
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms,
기다리면 다시
exposed developer
올렸었나?
textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time
이야
into
이렇게
that?
된
Because
거
I did.
아까 5점
And in the end, it was
눌렀었던
all
거
for
1점 한번
nothing, because
줘볼까요?
this is what you wanted to see. Help
궁금해졌어.
me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You give me
뭐야, 벌써
absolutely
2시 반이야.
nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new
평일은
design.
한두
You can give me
시간
some
만에
feedback.
볼 수 있는 게임 할
There we
거예요
go.
라고
A
분명히
third
말했던 것
option. This
같은데
already feels leaps ahead of where we were
한두
before.
시간?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
네,
Now,
그냥은 못
tell me
나가는
about
것
your
같아요.
experience
대화
with this new
나오고.
version. Would you say that the game
1점 줄
benefited from
거임.
allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
차이를 모르겠다.
One? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? I guess it isn't my place to judge.
감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it
아,
out of the
별로
park
차이
with this
없네.
one.
이거
Let's take a look.
숫자 누르는 거에 따라서 선택지도 달라지는 건가 했는데 그건 아니었구나. 제발 버그 없어야 돼. 열렸다.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
경쟁. 문을 넘어가야 할 그걸 자극한 거 같냐고? 나는 아니.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
뭐지?
In this game, the baby crawls left
그쪽에
towards
있는
danger.
위험한
You click the
지역으로
button to move
키워가요.
him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you
아기.
fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of
소리를
course,
안
the message
닿게만
of the game
하면
only
되는
becomes
건가?
clear once you've been playing it for about 4
그
hours. So
시간을
why don't you
계속해서
give it 4 hours of play
응?
to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
이거 4시간 동안 누르고 있어야 된다고요? 안 죽대. 미안해 아가야.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
그치만
Because if
4시간
it's the
동안
latter,
어떻게
well, I don't know
눌러
what to do. I'm
내가.
completely out of ideas.
AI도
I can't think
아니고.
of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try.
아가
I'm
미안.
out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like
할머니
it'll
뭐야?
work. Let's
진짜
give it a shot.
나레이션 듣고 있다 보면 꿀빤데. 응. 우와.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our
갑자기 다른
backstory? What
게임이
is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man
잠시만요.
spying on innocent civilians below you
나
from up high in
스파이야?
your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture
환상적인
outward
게임.
and see what else is out there.
또 뭐가 있는지 봅시다. 다음. 오. 우와. 뭐가 있어? 이씨, 반대쪽으로 가야 되네. 계단이 있었네요. 아.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
왜?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
안 돼!
Thank goodness, Stanley.
야,
What a close call.
오픈월드라며.
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big
오픈월드면
open, just wandering around. No
아니,
right or wrong
오픈월드면
directions. No path to follow.
자유롭게
You can just go
돌아다닐 수
in
있게
any-
해줘야 되는.
Thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now.
이러면
Stanley.
오픈월드가 오픈월드가
I'm going
아니지
to get us
않아요?
out of
그렇죠?
here. Let's find another game.
약간
Preferably something with walls.
과잉보호 당하는
Something
것
with
같네.
nice,
아이고,
big, insurmountable
오픈월드.
walls.
야, 너 우리 용이는 길치라서 안 돼. 길 안내해줄 테니까
I think this
여기까지만,
will be just the
여기서부터
thing.
여기까지만 돌아다녀. 약간 이런 느낌? 과잉보호 당하고 있네.
Wonderful.
오.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to
경기장?
run around in.
오,
There
뭔가
isn't any
VR 챗
possibility
맵같이
that you could get
생겼어.
lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
이 게임에서 길 잃으면 감명받을 거라고요? 당장 잃어봐야지.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and
공이
do a
어딨지?
touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
공이 아니라 폭탄 아니에요, 저거? 뭐야? 벌써 꼴 있냐?
Are you doing it? Are you winning? It's the... Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
거기가
How do you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come.
거기가 구멍일 줄 몰랐지 나는. 오, 여기 뭐야? 돌 만들어진 건가? 저게 뭐지? 당신의 경험에 대해 한 평가를 남겨주세요. 문서 보관함. 잘못 떨어져. 아, 여기 너무 공포스럽잖아. 어두운데? 하지마, 하지마. 제발. 진짜 못 튀어나와도 안 이상할 만한 맵인걸? 그래요. 옛날에는 이런 디자인이었다고요. 왜지? 아니, 너무 어두워서 하나도 안 보이는데? 여기가 아닌가?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in, wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
아까 떨어지면 안 되는 거였나?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
아... 네? 멈춰야 되는데 너무 재밌어. 한 개만 더 보자. 아까 또 구덩이 안 들어가고 하는 방법은 없나? 저 진짜 이런 식으로 하나씩 도전과제 풀리듯이 하는 스토리 게임들에 좀 되게 정신 못 차리거든요. 왼쪽?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
아래로 내려가는 게? 여기 다 보지 않았었어요? 아무것도 안 되고 볼 수 있는 엔딩이 또 다른 건가 보다.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
하나만
He wanted to wander
봐야지.
about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go From here, it's
사라졌다. 엘리베이터 타고 왔는데.
Oh no, no, it's to the right. My mistake.
깜짝아. 아니야, 열어줘. 오른쪽이라고?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see.
대본 읽고
Right, left, down, left, right.
아, 정해주지 말고 나 가고 싶은 대로
This story is
보내줘.
absolutely, definitely this way.
이제 또 문 닫겠지, 가면? 아니네?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
눈 감아요.
Okay.
근데 여기 와본 적 있는데 벌써?
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we
여기
don't
와본 적
wander so far
있었으니까
off track.
스탠리가
Okay, from the top.
어떤 곳이니까 괜찮겠지? 아, 뭐야, 또 다시 처음으로 돌아왔어.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
모임? 내 친구 어디 감?
When
사라졌어.
Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
선택지 많은 거 좀 난감해. 굉장히 어디로 가지? 오른쪽. 여기?
I'll say it.
아,
This
깜짝아.
is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over
이런
again.
데가
But
있었나?
it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
뭐라? 다시 시작.
All of his co-workers were gone.
네.
What could it mean?
네.
Stanley decided to go to the
없잖아.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
어디 갔지? 원래 여기 있었는데 내 친구 삭제됐다. 전 이제 혼자예요. 아무것도 못해요.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
놓친 거? 아무리 생각해도 내 기운을 넣어주는 그 친구 이름 못 알아. 그 친구가 없어진 거 같은데.
Aha!
어?
I knew we'd miss something.
양동.
The story.
요.
Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
오. 아 진짜 가기 싫게 생겼다.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
우와 진짜
Is this the
신기해.
story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
갑자기
You
게임
remember,
장르가
Stanley?
바뀐 느낌.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
버그로 이긴 것 같은
I'm getting
그런
weirded out by
느낌.
whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen
이거는-
this time. I have to restart.
오케이.
All right,
나
I've got a solution.
Stanley
This time, to make sure we don't get
Adventure
lost,
Line.
I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable
너무 싫다.
Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How
아 너무
simple is
싫다.
that?
이렇게 가이드라인 정해져 있는 게 제일 재미없던데. 야. 그래도 하란 대로 해야겠죠. 아닌가? 여기서 딴짓 해도 되나?
No, I'm down. We're living it up to the line from now on.
라인 따라가래요. 뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's
저-
over in this direction.
이렇게?
Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
안녕하세요.
Here's a thought.
그래도 이런
Wouldn't wherever
생각이
we end up be
드는군요.
our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination
갑자기 벽으로?
still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure
여기?
where I was going with all that. You know what?
여기?
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
어디로 가? 딴딴따다단. 빰빰따다단. 불불연장. 기어 불균형. 호흡 보고서 연관력을 구성해줘. 아직 소리가 뭐야? 뭐지 착신가? 원래? 랄랄랄랄랄라? 어디로 가는지? 기분 이상해요. 아니 여기랑 안 이어져 있어요. 여기랑 마술 보는 것 같아요. 뭐라? 아닌가 원래 이렇게 되는 거가 맞는 거야? 저기 되게 깊어 보이는데 이렇게 봤을 때 확실히 일어나는 것 같아요. 그쵸? 여기서 봤을 때 잘못 본 건가 했는데.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
돌아가서 양치식물을 보세요. 양치식물?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
됐어? 왜 중요하다는 거지? 너 나중에 봤는데 별로 안 중요한 거기만 해 진짜로.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
여기 시작되는 부분인데 양동이 어디 갔냐고. 양동이 없으니까 불안하다고. 막 손 떨릴 것 같아. 양동이.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you.
저게
After
뭐야? 한
everything
명은
we've been through,
해적 뭐야?
I
해적.
can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
양동이.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
그래, 문 다 열어놔야 뭐 자유롭게 돌아다니든 말든 하지. 아주 여기저기 다 해지고 다녔을 건데.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley
하지
forging a
말라는
new
거
path, a new
다
story.
할
Well, it
거야.
could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
뭐지 근데
Go
이거
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it
이상하다.
might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
아닌가?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
라인.
Just don't acknowledge it.
스토리
and it should be
라인.
fine.
이라는 표현 같은 거겠지?
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our
그니까요.
control.
요거 막
How important
착시
we mustn't
같은
squander
그런
the
효과
opportunity.
이용하는
In fact, I
건지
believe I need a
뭔진
minute to
모르겠지만
think here. Just
점심
walk in
나가서
circles for a
먹을만
minute.
한데? 빙빙.
Okay, so I
빙빙.
know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that
빙빙.
somewhere, the place
빙.
where we're trying to
빙글빙글
go, there
돌아가는
must be a reverse
융이의
door that leads here.
하루.
And that in turn means that our
빙글빙글.
destination
빙글빙글.
corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse
빙글.
door's origin.
빙글.
So starting from the
빙글.
right, let us ask,
빙글.
will taking the right door
오른쪽 문이
lead
우리의
us to where we're
목적지로
going?
이어질까?
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all
왜지?
accounts, the
안
door on the
가봤는데
right is the
어떻게
correct
알아?
one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
아니 안 가봤는데 어떻게 알아 저길? 응?
Oh, hold up, what's this? A
혼란인데.
confusion ending.
첫
You're
번째
telling me
시작.
that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
이거 진짠가?
So now,
아닌데.
according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just
이거
supposed to
진짜예요?
forget? Well, what if I don't
그런가?
want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this
지금 네
thing.
번째 시작이라고.
뭐.
여기?
Well, who consulted me?
뭐야 이거?
Why don't
혼란
I get to
엔딩
decide?
계획표 발견.
Why don't I get a say in all of this?
내레이터가 게임을 재시작.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
아싸, 나레이션
And the timer
하는 친구도
stopped? Does that mean
거스르려는 건가?
we do it?
오!
Do we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
오케이.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime,
눌렀잖아.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
양동이,
Oh, won't we
양동이.
all just laugh and laugh
들어도
at the
되나?
time I thought everyone had gone missing.
응애. 원래 방금 전에 본 거 자체가 엔딩이었나 본데요? 이 하고. 에필로그 있다고요? 아씨, 이거 다 보고 가야 되나? 아이씨, 미치겠네. 재밌어가지고. 오래 걸려요? 오래 걸리나요? 하지만 이거까지는 보고 가고 싶어가지고. 게임 몇 번 재시작하라고요? 하나. 잠깐만, 뭔가 달라.
Yes, the bucket. Yes.
아예
Stanley.
껐다 켜야 된다고, 게임을? 메뉴로. 이상해. 이거 로딩 화면 바뀐 거. 게임 시작.
All of his
아!
co-workers were gone.
아예 그니까 바탕화면으로 가는 것까지. 잠깐만. 일단은 그럼 한번. 무서워. 막 들어갔는데 말 걸면 어떡해요? 시스템이. 저 그런 거 진짜 무서워해. 사회벽을 깨고 말 걸지 말아줄래? 나 좀 무섭거든? 현재 시각. 뭐야, 벌써 3시야? 3시. 잠깐만, 내 마우스 어디 갔냐? 3시 5분? 잠깐만, 오후로 됐는데. 근데 큰일 났어요. 저 마우스가 안 보여. 야! 내 마우스 어디 갔어? 됐어. 잠깐만. 3시 5분? 자. 제가 지금 됐다. 오케이. 잠깐만요. 시작하기 전에 한마디 해도 될까요? 말 시키지 마. 무서워. 게임을 실행한 2번 모두 실제 시각을 맞춰주셔서 감사합니다. 어떻게 알았지? 많은 사람들이 그 절차를 심각하게 받아들이지 않거든요. 그냥 12시로 시간을 맞춰놓고 떠나버립니다. 하지만 당신은 실제로 시간을 내서 시각을 맞추시는군요. 정말 감사합니다. 이로써 당신이 이 경험에 신경 쓰고 있다는 걸 알았습니다. 관심이 있다는 것도 말이죠. 전 당신이 설정한 시간이 맞는지조차 알 길이 없지만요. 있잖아요. 보답 하나 하죠. 협조를 잘해주셨으니 다음번엔 게임을 실행하고 이 화면을 볼 때는 시계를 당신이 가장 좋아하는 시각으로 설정하세요. 마음대로 하세요. 원하는 시간을 고르세요. 정확한 시간이 아니더라도요. 당신은 충분한 자격이 있어요. 오, 좋아요. 그럼 이제 게임으로 돌아가겠습니다. 오, 신기해. 잠깐만, 다음 회면은 다시 껐다가 켜야 되겠지? 오잇. 내가 제일 좋아하는 시간은 7시야. 7시. 제 방송 시간이 8시부터인데 저는 7시부터 8시를 기다리고 있거든요. 그건데 그거 어린 왕자에서 너가 8시에 온다면 나는 7시부터 너를 기다릴 거야 같은 거지. 맞아. 7시 휴 하고 확인. 아, 7시 당신이 하루 중 가장 좋아하는 시간이죠. 너 어떻게 알아? 아니면 자기도 모르게 시간을 다시 정확하게 맞추신 건가요? 아, 정확히 맞추는 방법도 있었나 보다. 뭐 결국엔 당신이 시간을 정확히 맞추는 것을 얼마나 좋아하는지 알게 됐어요. 그럼 이제 저는 7시 이게 얼마나 정확한지 궁금해요. 또 다른 슬라이더를 이용해 알아봅시다. 7시 현재 얼마나 정확한가요? 현재 시간이랑 잘 정확하게 맞아 떨어지는지를 물어보는 건가? 저게 뭔 소리인지 모르겠어. 정확함? 부정확함? 4시간만큼 다른데? 그럼 그치. 한참 다른데, 한참. 저는 오후니까. 부정확함. 있잖아요. 시각의 정확성과는 상관없이 저는 이 설정을 조정하는데 아주 좋은 시간을 보내고 있답니다. 당신을 더 많이 알게 될 것 같아요. 당신이 설정하기를 좋아한다는 것 같아요. 데이터를 수집하길 잘했네요. 슬라이더가 더 있으면 좋겠네요. 하지만 가지고 있는 슬라이더는 전부 살펴봤어요. 아마도 제가 새로운 슬라이더를 발명해서 당신에 대한 새로운 데이터를 수집할 수 있을 거예요. 어렵진 않을 겁니다. 네, 몇 개 새로 만들어 볼게요. 다음에 게임을 실행할 때쯤이면 준비가 되어 있을 겁니다. 신기해, 신기해. 게임을 하는 중이 아니라 이거 껐다 켜는 것도 이야기가 진행된다는 게 한 번 더, 한 번 더, 한 번 더. 이거 아까 전에 했었던 건데 보이지 않을 때까지. 개와 고양이가 친구가 될 수 있게 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 아뜨. 숫자 9가 될 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 숫자 5가 어떻게 9가 돼? 9 슬라이더 조정을 중지할 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 슬라이더 조정을 저게 무슨 얘기지? 슬라이더 조정을 중지할 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 슬라이더 조정을 중지할 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 아, 그런 거 같기도 하고요. 확인. 아래 두 단어 중 마음에 드는 단어는 띠용뿌용, 뿌숑마숑, 띠용뿌용, 띠용뿌용, 뿌숑마숑, 띠용뿌용. 슬라이더를 조정하지 마세요. 하지 말라면 할 건데. 응. 지금 몇 시인지 아시나요? 아니요. 지금 당신이 생각한 시간이 정확한 시간인가요? 아니요. 뭘로? 오! 애초에 시간이란 뭐죠? 그거. 하루를 24시간으로 뭐 식갱이 해가지고 어떻게 해가지고 하는 그거. 이과는 속 터진대. 문과라서 다행이구만. 애초에 시간이란 뭐죠? 그니까 저거를 예스어를 널어보내면은 그냥 아니요가 모르겠다라는 느낌이라고 보면 되겠죠? 아니요. 당신에 대해 제게 말하지 않은 것이 있나요? 당연하지 많지. 네. 무서워. 저희 보러 다시 와줄 거죠? 무서워. 얘 좀 얀데레 같아. 가지 마. 나랑 있어줘. 또 보러 와줄 거지? 네. 더 있나? 한 번 더. 양동인가? 헉! 양동이일 수도 있겠다. 양동이라고 생각하면 별로 안 무서운데요. 너케 친구, 너니? 너야? 지금 몇 시죠? 누구든 정말로 정확히 알고 있긴 하나요? 물론 모르겠죠. 사람들은 아무것도 모릅니다. 오! 저와 당신 또한 서로에 대해 모르죠. 그저 남과 같아요. 물론 정확한 사양에 맞춰 게임 설정을 모두 조정했는데 누가 안 했겠어요. 그건 제가 하는 일입니다. 본업이나 다름없죠. 그리고 이제 일은 끝났습니다. 더는 제가 수집할 정보가 없습니다. 당신에 관한 모든 자료를 가능한 한 전부 수집했어요. 그리고 전 아직도 당신을 잘 모릅니다. 당신 또한 저에 대해서 모르고 있고요. 그리고 우리 둘 다 지금이 몇 시인지 모릅니다. 어떤 설정들은 그냥 관리가 불가한 것 같아요. 하지만 솔직히 말하자면 시계는 게임에서 그 어떤 역할도 하지 않습니다. 다음번에 게임 시작할 땐 저는 여기 없을 거예요. 하지만 괜찮습니다. 비디오 게임은 원래 혼자 하는 거니까요. 당신은 혼자 있는 것을 좋아하잖아요. 안 그런가요? 아닌데. 그게 제가 당신에 대해 정말로 알게 된 유일한 정보일지도 모르겠습니다. 이제 가야 할 시간이에요. 조정해야 할 설정이 하나도 남았지만 준비되기까지는 시간이 좀 걸릴 수도 있습니다. 제 직무기술서에는 없지만 괜찮아요. 절 찾을 수 있다면 다시 볼 수 있을 겁니다. 나중에 다시 얘기합시다. 어디가? 이것도 껐다 키면 아니야, 에필로그 라는 게 오픈이 됐어요. 많은 수많은 해가 지나고 이거 아까 전에 봤었던 그 스킵 버튼 누르니까 상냥해졌던 거기 아닐까? 뭐야, 움직여지네? 아, 영상 나오는 건 줄 알았어요. 근데 나는 어디로 가야 하는... 뭔가 불을 떠나면 안 될 것 같지만 안 되는 게 어딨어. 살려주세요. 여긴 미세먼지 엄청 많아가지고 피토하겠다. 와, 이때까지 구현된 맵 같은 건가? 타에 너무 예쁘지 않아요? 기분 오묘해. 뭔가 하루가 흘러가는 모습을 지켜보는 것 같은 느낌? 응! 집이 보여요, 집! 제발 다 할 수 있을까? 또 다음 맵으로 이동되거나 하진 않겠지? 아! 시간이 흘러 버리면서 원형 그대로의 모습을 유지를 하지를 못하고 있는 건가? 잊혀져서 먼지 쌓여가는 그런 느낌인 것 같기도 하고요. 어떻게 보면은 저는 이게 처음부터 했던 거긴 하지만 이번에 나온 지가 좀 된 게임이니까 그런 의미로 담아놓은 게 아닐까 싶은데. 추억이란 건 원래 이런 걸까? 쿠키 구의 블로그. 다른 속편들과 마찬가지로 나는 원작 스탠리 패러블을 즐겼지만 이건 내가 속편에 얼마나 실망했는지를 보여준다. 독창적이라고 주목받던 전작과 달리 스탠리 패러블 2는 지루하고 영감 또한 없으며 팬층을 모욕하기도 한다. 저거 완전 박제를 해버렸는데 이 사람이 첫 번째 게임의 즐거웠던 부분을 늘리기보단 속편은 아무도 관심 두지 않았던 구역으로 옮겨간다. 무한히 깊은 구멍? 누가 신경 쓴다고? 나! 새로운 엔딩들은 어디 있는가? 스탠리 패러블 1의 어드벤처 라인 같은 재미있는 요소는 대신에 우리는 영감도 없는 피규어를 모으는 사이드 퀘스트를 받는다. 심지어 이런 2편의 전환점조차 불완전하게 느껴진다. 모든 피규어를 모아도 아무것도 주지 않는다. 그래도 한마디 하자면 나는 나 자신이 양동이에게서 꽤나 안정감을 얻는다는 것을 알았는데 이는 앞으로 스탠리 패러블의 속편 제작이 취소되었다는 소식이 잘렸네. 양동이 이거 뭐야? 캣독 탄생하다. 좀 무서운데요, 이거는? 무서운데? 약간 혼종인데, 혼종? 스탠리 패러블 개발자들. 스피노프도 없고 속편도 없다. 2013년에 큰 성공과 함께 출시되었을 때 게임을 하나의 프랜차이즈로 만들려고 계획했다. 하지만 스탠리 패러블 2에 대한 치명적인 비판과 상업적 이유는 오늘 출판된 보도자료에서 서술된 대로 개발자들에게 그들의 야망을 제거하게 하였다. 팬들이 원하는 것은 단순히 더 많은 스탠리 패러블이 아니라는 것이 확실해졌다. 보도자료에서는 우리는 플레이어들이 만족할 시리즈에 대한 비전이 있었지만 이제는 이것이 사실과 거리가 멀 수도 있다는 것이 밝혀졌다라고 쓰여있다. 보도자료에서는 계속해서 원작의 예술적 완전성을 보존할 것과 무모하고 모욕적인 비전으로 팬들을 괴롭게 하는 것을 멈추겠다고 약속한다. 또한 보도자료에는 죄송합니다라는 단어가 25번 이상 나온다. 뭔가 참 오묘하네. 이거 그거다. 무한으로 이름 불러주던 친구. 짐. 아니 근데 이 추억의 공간이 이렇게 되기까지 저 짐이라는 거를 업데이트를 안 했다고? 짐밖에 없다고? 내 이름을 불러주는 스위치라며. 진짜 고를 수 있지. 와, 예쁘다. 아, 그 피규어 있었던 곳이네요. 됐어? 슈. 여긴 뭘까? 새로운 콘텐츠를 플레이해주셔서 감사합니다. 이거 뭔가 살짝 울컥하네? 찾았다! 또 오셨군요. 다시 만나 반갑습니다. 하지만 더는 스탠리 패러블 게임이 없으리라는 것을 알게 된 건 끔찍하군요. 개발자들이 뭐라고 했는지 읽어보셨죠? 프랜차이즈 완전성 유지? 말도 안 됩니다. 스탠리 패러블은 신성하지도 않고 보호할 필요도 없습니다. 유사는 여시라 먹으라지 태양이 폭발할 때까지 스탠리 패러블 게임을 계속 만들어 나가봅시다. 이 프랜차이즈를 철저히 운영해보자고요. 진흙탕을 헤쳐나가며 뒤에서부터 끌고 나갑시다. 사람들이 싫어한다면 어쩔 거냐고요? 알게 뭡니까? 아시다시피 그건 나레이터의 문제였습니다. 그는 사람들이 그의 작품을 어떻게 생각하느냐에 너무 집착했죠. 오... 그와 똑같은 실수를 하지 마시기를. 유산에 연연하지 마시고 불타게 내버려 두세요. 어렵지 않습니다. 사실 제가 보여드리죠. 우리는 함께 스탠리 패러블 3를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. 간단해요. 게임 타이틀 화면에서 숫자를 바꾸기만 하면 됩니다. 또한 이 게임을 위해 크고 화려하지만 정말로 멍청해 보이는 부제목이 필요하죠. 어서요. 우리 게임의 새로운 제목을 만들기 위해 임의의 단어들을 조합해보세요. 이게 뭐야? 챔피언, 보물, 아이스크림, 사랑. 앞에 거 먼저 눌러야 되는구나. 용서할 수 없는 사랑. 엄청난데? 스탠리 패러블 3 용서할 수 없는 사랑. 우스꽝스럽군. 마음에 듭니다. 뭔가 되게 사랑과 전쟁 같은 내용들이 펼쳐질 것 같은 느낌인데? 게임을 다시 시작할 때마다 속편의 수를 하나씩 추가한 다음 새로운 부제를 골라내겠습니다. 오, 그렇게 된다면 스탠리 패러블은 영원히 끝나지 않겠죠. 그리고 당신이 이걸 계속하더라도 게임 그 자체는 아무것도 변하지 않을 것입니다. 그치? 콘텐츠를 추가하는 건 아니니까. 더 많은 콘텐츠를 추가하는 것은 마치 작업처럼 느껴지죠. 그럴 필요는 없습니다. 그냥 똑같은 내용일 뿐이고 계속해서 재활용되며 새로운 메인 화면이 나올 거예요. 어떻게 생각하시나요? 이 계획을 추진해야 할까요? 저야 좋지만 당신에게도 발언권이 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 와, 진짜 고르기 되게 힘들다. 저도 사실 제가 막 발언을 되게 적극적으로 하는 대화 스타일을 가진 사람은 아니어가지고 보통 듣는단 말이죠, 상대방한테. 상대방이 이게 좋을 것 같다 하면 그래? 너가 그렇게 생각하면 나도 그게 좋은 것 같다고 생각해 하는 편이어가지고 근데 저야 좋지만 이라는 얘기가 나왔으니까 사실 제 대화 스타일로 따지자면 하자가 맞긴 하죠. 하자. 좋아요. 동의하신 거죠? 이제 게임을 새로 시작할 때마다 새로운 속편이 제작될 겁니다. 용서할 수 없는 사랑? 그리고 말이죠. 제 아이디어를 믿어주신 것에 대해 저도 뭔가 보답해드리고 싶습니다. 아시다시피 저는 내레이터가 당신에게 고장난 도전 과제를 줄 방법을 찾지 못했다는 걸 알게 됐습니다. 오! 구가 방법을 찾았나요? 물론 아니겠죠. 기대도 안 했습니다. 계속 그게 거슬리더라고요. 제가 고쳐놓겠습니다. 좋아요. 다 됐습니다. 도전 과제 기계가 완전히 수리되었어요. 보셨죠? 저는 당신 편입니다. 한 배를 탄 거니까요. 우리는 이별을 계속 유지해야 합니다. 스탠리 패러블은 절대 끝날 수 없습니다. 계속해서 굴레를 반복해야 하죠. 영원히. 저는 계속 방향타를 돌려내야 합니다. 전 준비됐습니다. 당신도 준비되셨나요? 좋습니다. 이제 해야 할 것이 딱 한 가지 남았습니다. 자유롭게 해도 된다고 하긴 했지만 컴퓨터가 거의 보이지 않을 때까지 슬라이더 조정 한 이쯤 두고 감사합니다. 스탠리 패러블을 재미있게 즐겨주세요. 아! 너무 이상해. 아! 너무 이상해. 플레이 중입니다. 스탠리 패러블 3 용서할 수 없는 사람. 갑자기 똥게임이 돼버렸는데? 잠깐만. 스탠리 패러블 8에도 뭔가가 있다고요? 8? 그게 뭐예요? 8? 8까지 만들어야 된다는 거예요, 이거? 아, 게임을 껐다 키면 숫자가 늘어요. 오, 오케이. 감사합니다. 알려주셔서. 아, 이게 숨겨진 시스템들이 되게 많다 보니까 알기가 되게 힘들긴 하다. 딱 이거까지만 봐야지. 너무 재밌네. 악어 치즈 아무 말 대잔치인데. 악어 거미. 이거 고르는 거에 따라서 일러스트도 달라질까요? 오, 뭐야? 스탠리 패러블 악어 거미. 자, 8개까지. 궁금해. 무슨 얘기 할지. 주머니에 가득 찬 연필. 주머니에 가득 찬 연필. 오, 뭔가 이거 부제목만 보면은 되게 연필이 은유적인 표현으로 담겨 있는 것 같지 않아요? 주머니에 가득 찬 연필. 약간 스파이끼리 서로 비밀로 공유하는 그런 사인 같은 느낌 같기도 하고. 토요일 밤 프린터 막힘. 야, 무섭다. 그렇게 올라오니까. 토요일 밤 프린터 막힘. 뭔가 그 부제목 그렇게 듣고서 캐릭터 저러고 있는 거 보니까 뭔가 되게 절망적인 느낌 같기도 하고. 아, 프린터 또 막혔네. 약간 이런 표정이었어요. 이제 2번 남았나? 절대로 끝이 존재하지 않는 콘텐츠. 세금 납부서. 절대로 끝이 존재하지 않는 세금 납부서. 귀여워. 이거 노래 어디서 많이 들어본 거 아닌가? 그쵸? 무료 음악인 건가? 저작권 없는? 그 와중에 파인애플 짠나고 있는 거 뭐야? 이제 마지막 8번째? 빰빠밤빠밤빠밤빠밤빠밤. 치명적인 선택. 아니야, 뭔가 별로야. 치명적인 문어. 좋다. 치명적인 문어. 뭐지? 되게 레슬링 게임일 것 같은 그런 느낌은? 근데 여기서 뭔가 더 이어지는 거 아직은 없는데 게임 시작 눌러보면 다른가? 오! 더 스탠리 패러블.
Hold on. What's this?
와 진짜 목소리 너무 그리웠어요. 오랜만에 듣네. 추억 공간 보는 동안은 거의 없었잖아요 목소리가. 오.
8, 8, 8,
The
8.
Stanley Parable 8? No, this doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8, 8, 8,
8
8,
8
8,
8
8, 8,
8
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button.
8.
And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8,
8
8,
클리커
eight.
게임으로
8,
바뀌어버렸네.
8,
8
8,
8
8,
8
8, 8, 8.
Well, I
8.
don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable
8.
or what the 8 button
8.
is, but apparently
8.
you're having a riveting
8.
time with it.
8.
And frankly, I don't even
8.
want to pander to someone who
8.
finds this enjoyable.
8.
So with that, I
8.
guess just go
8.
ahead and enjoy the
8.
Stanley Parable
8.
8.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
끝난 건가? 아니 재밌네.
8, 8, 8,
8
8,
8
8.
Hold on.
8
What's this?
8, 8, 8.
The Stanley Parable 8.
아니야 다 했어. 메뉴로 돌아가기. 여기서 만약에 또 다시 게임 시작 누르면은 또 여기로 와지네. 저는 진짜 궁금한 거 하나가 더 생겼어요. 그 다음 9부터는 어떻게 되는지가 너무 궁금하거든요. 뭐야? 저주를 내린 물. 뭔가 되게 종교적인 느낌이다. 뭐야? 이름치고 노래는 너무 상큼한데? 게임 시작! 하면 여기서부터는 뭐 나올까? 사무실 배경인 거는 그대로네요. 우리 양동이 잘 있나? 양동이.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
잘 있어 양동이. 아직 못 본 엔딩도 엄청 많다고 듣기는 들었는데 지금은 너무 시간이 늦어. 3시 반이에요 양동이. 아니.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek.
아, 뺨
But
가까이
his coworkers really
붙였습니다.
all be gone.
양동이. 우리는 양동이었어. 맞아. 모든 게 양동이가 아니라면 아니야. 아무것도 없는 게 양동이가 아니라면 뭔가 양동이라 그랬잖아요. 그쵸? 그럼 우리는 모두 양동이야. 나랑 스탠리랑 나레이션 빼고 양동이야. 이차 이단을 하다 보니까 또 증우장창 달려버렸는데 야 스탠리 패러블 처음 해보는 게임이었는데 되게 신박하기도 하고 뭔가 오묘하게 생각할 만한 거리가 있어 보이는 게임인 것 같아요. 되게 심오하다. 이제 이 정도면 아닌데 스포나 그런 거 보지 말라 그랬으니까 오늘은 내 다시보기를 보며 어떤 내용을 담고 있는 것인가를 한번 고민을 해봐야 되겠다. 근데 아직 이게
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
모든
Nothing was
엔딩을 못
spotted.
봐가지고
Please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times.
이해를-
Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no.
못한
I
걸
can't
수도
just give
있겠다라는
these merits
생각을
away for
하면서
such
지금
little
문을
effort.
열심히
A measly
클릭하고 있는데
5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
보상 안 주나?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps
두두두두두두두두두
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
50번 정도의 클릭이면 충분하다고.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple
엉덩이로
doors.
여러
Now,
개.
that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket
417
touches
번
into
문?
door 417?
417번 문을 417번 큰일 났다. 또 이상한 곳에 눈 돌아갔다. 뭐야 여기 왜 안 지나가죠? 원래 그랬나? 417번 어딨어요? 417번? 여기 없는데? 안...
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
437번? 문에 여러 번 갖다 대라고? 437번 437번이 어디야? 여긴가? 제 방 37번이라 하지 않았어요? 437번? 37번 어딨지? 여기 있다!
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
415번? 진짜 거짓말 안 하고 진짜로 이것만 여기까지만 하고 간다. 400 너 말고 15번
Now back to door number 437.
437번 까먹었다. 여기
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
복사하기
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
417번 417 여기
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee
400.
419's desk.
19번 419번이 어디더라? 여기 아닌데 415 헷갈려요. 17번 419 이거? 여기 아닌데 19번?
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
이거 똥개 훈련만 시키고 아무것도 안 주는 거 아니야? 416번. 416. 416번이 어디지? 17. 아, 감사합니다. 여기. 하루 종일 헤맬 뻔했어요. 왜 안 지나가지는데?
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
복사기? 복사기가 아까 어디 있었더라? 첫 번째 거에 있었던 것 같기도 하고. 여기!
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on
330번
door
5번. 1, 2,
430.
3, 4, 5.
Yes, we did it.
됐다!
Wow, that felt amazing.
430.
Not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They don't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building. Or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this.
그치,
but few can
게임을
say
하는
they truly lived
사람들은
it.
도전과제 하나를 위해서라도 이렇게 열심히 하는 것이지.
I'm very proud of you.
자랑스럽대. 인정받았다. 아, 다 했다 진짜로. 아이, 괜히 마지막에 문 한 번 클릭해봐가지고. 아니야, 이제 여기서 멈춰야 돼. 뭐지? 문 한 번 클릭해봐가지고 괜히 궁금해졌었네. 좋아, 그러면 일단 오늘 진행했었던 게임은 스탠리 패러블이었고요. 뭔가 숨겨진 요소도 많고 도전과제 채우는 재미도 있었고, 스토리는 뭔가 예상이랑 머릿속으로 고민을 해보기는 하는데 정확히 어떤 스토리인지 알기가 조금 어렵긴 하네. 근데 심오한 스토리일 것 같기는 해. 약간 전하고자 하는 그런 메시지가 있는 게임? 뭔지 모르겠네. 자, 일단 다들 정말 고생하셨습니다. 한글 패치 즐겨주셔서 감사합니다. 번역자분이신가요? 나 진짜 몰랐어. 진짜로? 와, 이야, 진짜 한 패에 나온다고 얘기가 나온다고 얘기가 나오기는 나왔었는데 이게 6월 중이라고 하기는 했었거든요, 원래 공식으로. 근데 그거 기다릴 자신이 없어가지고 맞아, 빠르게 플레이 해봐야 되겠다고 플레이했던 거였는데 뭔가 어쩐지 굉장히 요소들을 많이 알고 계시는 것 같았어. 일단 한 패 해주신 그 팀분들께 정말 감사 인사를 한 번 더 같이 올리면서 오늘 스탠리 패러블 여기서 마무리를 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 다들 즐겨주셔서 감사합니다. 한글 화이팅! 유시 화이팅! 저도 같이 외칠게요. 덕분에 게임 편안하게 재밌게 즐겼습니다. 고맙습니다. 고생하셨어요. 야!